All right, I'm going to time myself, otherwise I'll talk too much. So I'm an ethicist by training. I'm a philosopher of technology and ethicist of technology by training. So I'm not going into very much detailed philosophy of AI in the strict sense, but rather ethics of AI or ethics of AI technologies, so to speak. I'm going to talk about moral observations and digital doppelgangers today. Why I talk about that is for two things. I think there is increasing advance in technology in such a way that it is more and more plausible to create digital duplicates of ourselves. So last November, I think there was a research talking about if we spend 2 hours on a personality test, basically an AI system could replicate our personalities within an LLM-based systems. And earlier last year, around the summer times, there was actually quite a lot of adult content producers creating duplicates of themselves to have chat with their friends, fans and friends perhaps, and to create a fan space out of these duplications. So I think increasingly that would be and ethical issues or some normative issues that we have to deal with. Also, in particular, I think. Also, last year, I think, or early this year, Microsoft has started pushing for AI companions in the sense of not just an assistant, but rather something that helps you with the meeting, replace you in the meeting. So again, like I said, there will be more and more investigations about what digital doppelgangers and the kind of ethical issues arise by it. So what I'm trying to look at today is one of the topics that how digital doppelgangers could have implications on our moral self-cultivations. There are already some discussions about the ethical issues related to digital doppelgangers, but not so much on how it impacts oneself. So that's what I'm trying to do. Apologies for a slightly different topic today. So originally I was about to talk about Confucian ethics, but I'm not going to go into detail today. I actually have a talk on Friday in City University. So if you are interested in that, you can go and listen to that. All right, so to know or to understand the ethical issues of digital doppelganger, I start with these two definitions. AI program built to mimic as best possible the personality idiosyncratic characteristics, including speaking or writing styles, decisions, moral judgment, memory recall, and other linguistically encodable behavior of a given individuals. That's a definition given by Iglesias et al. In 2024 in a paper about doppelganger and life extensions. So that definition is built in to discuss LLM-based digital doppelgangers. More recently, in other articles by John Daniger and Sam Lihon, they make and other definitions about digital doppelgangers as partials, at least semi-autonomous digital recreations of world peoples. What is particularly interesting in that second definition is about the autonomy of digital doppelganger, in which digital doppelgangers would not need our straightforward instructions as to what to do, but they will be able to perform tasks just by having a broad instructions as to what kind of person that doppelganger is supposed to represent or present. Digital doppelganger have raised a number of ethical issues or normative questions regarding privacy, consent, autonomy, identity theft, poor and misrepresentations, misinformations, responsibility gaps, and about values of individualities. So for example, if we think of the creations of digital doppelganger, it requires a lot of personal information. And there are questions about under what situations those personal informations could be used to build digital doppelganger, whether by oneself or by an others. So that also links to the issues about consent. That relates to autonomies, of course, in a way that availabilities of digital doppelgangers could affect our space of actions, in which case something that is being done or could be done by digital doppelgangers could enhance our autonomy, some would say. Some would say if they do it, then that might have negative impacts on our autonomies. That could be the case of identity theft, to the extent that our personal information is available online and by others. Others might use those informations to create digital doppelganger of ourselves, so as to act for us, act on our behalf, as we'll return to later on. So we are no longer in control of our digital doppelgangers, to the extent that our information is available online somewhere and someone used those information to create digital doppelgangers. It could have the problem of poor and misrepresentations. Again, to the extent that LLM system have certain errors or certain prompt to mistake, prompt to hallucinations, and prompt to other types of errors. That could be the case that what is performed by digital doppelgangers could not truthfully represent who we are and what we are, the kind of characteristic that we have. Digital doppelganger could also be used for misinformation purpose. Think, for example, creations of digital doppelganger, both of famous people, politicians, to spread news, false news, fake news. It could be used to create doppelgangers of ourselves to spread not necessarily fake news, but information that is not truthful to our friends. So again, that would link also to manipulations as well. That also leads to responsibility gaps. Again, I'll return to that later on, but to the extent that there is this digital doppelgangers representing you and act autonomously, what they act, what they perform could have normative implications, could have legal implications, which could be linked to us or may not be linked to us, given the distance that we have between the digital doppelgangers and ourselves. And there is the questions of values of individualities, to the extent that digital doppelganger is a duplication of ourselves, multiplying the existence of us, assuming truthful representations. What is of values of individuals in that case, given so many of us exist right now? So with all these different issues, we need to explore the ethical dimensions, or under what situations we can use digital doppelgangers. On that, Danaga and Nihon try to propose this minimally viable permissibility principles for digital doppelgangers, in which they define the condition in which we can morally use digital doppelgangers. So this particular principle have 4 conditions. I'm not going through all of them. What I'm going to focus on is the one that I have highlighted. I think it will be helpful for us to read it once anyways. So the principle states, in any context in which there is informed consent to the creations and ongoing use of a digital duplicate, at least some minimal positive value realized by its creation and use. Transparency in interactions between the duplicate and the third parties, appropriate risk and harm mitigations, and there's no reason to think that this is a context in which real authentic presence is required, then its creation and use is morally permissible. What I'm particularly interested in is the last conditions they call the non-authenticity conditions, in which case people are allowed to use digital duplicate or digital doppelganger when no authenticity of the person is required. So it states that the duplicate ought to be used only in situations in which authentic and real presence of the original person is not morally required. They present 2 types of conditions in which real person is required. On one hand, they state that whenever the relationship should be an intimate relationships or friendly relationships, then most likely the real person must be there, because it is only the real person can exhibit the type of care that is required by intimate and friendly relationships. So that, I think, they are quite That, I think there are quite a lot of discussions on that already, thinking about the social relationships and how digital doppelgangers could affect that. So that's the work of Brian Epps lately. What I'm interested in is the second conditions about virtue cultivations. So they state under the conditions in which individuals, in which virtue cultivations is in place. So when it is about cultivations of one virtues, we cannot be replaced by digital doppelganger because again, it is us who cultivate our virtues, but not necessarily the other duplicates of us. Unfortunately, they did not go into detail what that exactly stands for, what is virtue cultivations and under what conditions. I think they mentioned a little bit. So what I want to do is to continue their discussions about virtue cultivations in case of digital doppelgangers. So my question is there any negative effects for digital doppelgangers on virtue cultivations? If there are, how do digital doppelgangers negatively affect virtue cultivations? And to analyze that, to investigate that questions, I refer back to Shannon's Valle's earlier discussions about moral de-skilling and moral upskillings, in which she stated that in the case of moral skills, just as any other types of skills that appear as just as vulnerable to disruptions or devaluations of technology-driven shifts in human practice. Because moral skills are typically acquired in specific practice, which under the right conditions with sufficient opportunities for repetitions, foster cultivation of practical wisdoms and moral habitations that jointly constitute genuine virtues. So from that perspective now, what our question would be is that do digital doppelgangers afford individuals the same chance to acquire moral skills and virtues by giving them the right conditions or sufficient opportunities to practice? So the questions that so formulate is the questions about digital doppelganger and whether it will lead to moral de-skillings as defined by Shannon Valles. The quick answer for now is I don't think they will, for various reasons about how moral de-skilling is to be defined. But nonetheless, I think this is still problematic for our moral cultivations. So to look at why that is the case, we can look into more detail what Shannon Valles accounts based on. So her account is based on a skill models of virtues in which the acquisition of virtue is structurally similar to acquisition of practical skills, in which case you need to practice, you need to work on your skills in order to really acquire the virtues that we have. So according to the skill models, it is essential for individuals to practice to do the same thing over and over again. Remember, repetitions. Their moral skills and receive appropriate feedback. So it's not just repetitions, but rather you also need to kind of feedback in the context to let you know you are doing the right thing in order for one to be morally skillful, which in turn enable them to achieve the relevant virtues. So from her perspective, if the technology offers fewer opportunities for individuals to exercise their moral skills, or if the technology does not enable them to have the appropriate feedback, then the user of technologies risks being morally de-skilled. In her paper in 2015, she mentions 3 examples: autonomous weapons, social media, care bots. The first example is basically autonomous weapon system, basically refer to the skills that we need in combat to decide whether to kill someone or not. And that is a very contextually based moral skills, she argues. If we delegate the task to machines to determine whether someone should or should not be killed, then we lost this important sense of the ability to distinguish whether, in that case, the killing decisions is to be made by a human or not. That she thinks would be problematic for humanities. In the case of social media, she mentions social media allowed multitasking, allowed directing our attention to specific issues provided by the algorithmic driven recommendations. So she argued that that would have implications on our attentive skills as well as our patience, which she thinks, again, would be problematic for us. Finally, the examples would be care bots. So she thinks that caring is a particular skills that we have to deal with in the case of care bot with patients. So that is a contextually rich skills that a nurse, a caretaker could develop by interacting with patients. So without that opportunity to interact with patients using care bots, then one would lose the abilities to care, at least in the nursing context, in the medical context. So all these examples are unified by the claim that in all these examples, there is lack of opportunities to practice one's moral skills. And it is the lack of the opportunity to practice that make individuals' moral skills decline or make the case for moral de-skilling. Before I go into why digital doppelganger would not be the case, would not be a good case for moral de-skilling, I want to go a little bit further and to suggest that there are other models of moral de-skilling that we can think of by thinking about how we actually acquire moral virtues. So Nancy Snow in 2016 basically identified 3 ways for us to acquire virtues, which is the folk paradigm, the skill and expertise paradigm, in which Shannon Weller's argument based on, and the Confucian paradigms. The 3 paradigms specify 3 different conditions in which individuals might acquire virtues through habituations, and they are helpful for us to know under what different ways technology could affect our moral cultivations by transforming and disrupting our habits. So the first way, the folk paradigm basically states that people aspire to be virtuous, aspire to virtue-relevant goals, goals that are associated with roles or activities, the successful performance of which requires virtues. So for example, she mentions like, if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be a good doctor, there are certain virtues that you need to acquire. So by wanting to become a good doctor, you emulate yourself with certain examples of good doctor, and through which you acquire the virtue of caring, patience, and all those different things. Skill and expertise paradigms, which is dispositions just like practical skills, are acquired and cultivated through habituations that is intelligent and flexible, not mindless routines. So that would goes to Shannon's Weller's account, which I'm not going to repeat myself. The Confucian paradigms state that virtue cultivations are structured immersions into ways of life characterized by a set of values, Confucian values, of course, such as the key virtues of benevolence, the righteousness, virtue practice that express them, scrupulously attentions to details and demeanors, and a focus on correctness in externalities. The idea of Confucian's paradigm is one that instead of just repeating one's practice, instead of just like a practical skills, we need to throw people into specific conditions and environments in which that person would interact with the environment in such a way that he would embed those values in the environment or required by the environments. So that links to the Confucian idea of riches. So Confucian ideas of riches is one that the most important part of Confucian's philosophy. It is the traditional cultural forms advocated by early Confucians. And it is a cultural script governing a broad range of behaviors, including any ceremonies, ancestral sacrifice, and diplomatic ceremonies, to the details of one personal compartment, such as the manner in which one interacts with others, dress, take one's meals, enter rooms, and so on. Why I mention that particular idea is that if we look closely into rituals, then we can actually formulate Confucian ways of dealing with technologies, which I call the Confucian's ethics of technologies. So what's that? So that's by Edward Slingerland. So the early Chinese Confucians paid actually a lot of attention to the power and embodied situations, such as social role, dress, ambience, color, and sound, to affect human disposition and behavior. They designed a sophisticated set of technologies to structure such environments in a way that would be conducive to moralities, as well as a body of self-cultivation techniques to integrate potentially fragmented and tutored dispositions into more robust one that would automatically and largely unconsciously produce reliable, ethically desirable behavior across a broad range of situations. In other words, from the Confucian perspective, how do we cultivate our virtues? It's not just by practicing, but by structuring our environment in such a way that allow us to act with those values required by the environments. If you will, that's an environmental scaffoldings as in the 4E paradigms of cognitions. So just one example of how that could be done in Sun Tzu, in the discourse of riches. Riches cut off what is too long and extends what is too short, is subtract from what is excessive and add to what is insufficient. So that's about emotion in a situations or for situations. It achieves proper form for love and respect. It brings to perfection the beauty of carrying out the standard of righteousness. So for example, in case of funerals, if you are not having enough grief, the idea is to structure an environment in such a way, well, play music in such a way that provides you the appropriate amount of grief in that particular situations. But what do we do that? How do we do that? We can use fine ornaments and cross materials, or music and weepings, happiness and sorrows. These things are opposite, but ritual makes use of them all, employing them and alternate them at appropriate times. So the idea is we can use our environments to structure individuals' behavior in such a way that they will acquire virtues just by interacting with the environments. Not going into detail in that. If you like, I have a paper on that I can share later on. But from the Confucian perspective, now what we need to do is to ask the questions whether digital doppelganger, whether they are conducive or detrimental to virtual cultivations, require us to look closely at how digital doppelgangers will affect our ritualistic dimensions of interactions, or to put it in another way, whether they afford individuals structured immersion into a ways of life characterized by Confucian values. In both cases, I think digital doppelganger do not pose problems to virtual cultivations, both in the skill models as well as in the Confucian paradigms. The reason for that is that I think digital doppelganger do not replace individuals. When individuals so decided to use digital doppelgangers to replace them, of course, they can replace them in specific situations. But digital doppelganger, I argue, that do not displace them from circumstances where moral skills are to be exercised in a skills model, or from environments where they are to be immersed in the Confucian paradigms. So my argument is that when we think closely about the difference between the thing that we have mentioned, like autonomous weapon systems, social media, care bot, those items are, in one sense, aim to displace human beings, that aims to eliminate human roles in those circumstances in which we can exercise moral skills, or in which case we go into the environments that we try to acquire our moral virtues. Digital doppelganger, instead of replacing humans, or instead of displacing humans, take away humans from that scenarios. They do not do that. They just provide the opportunities for us to replace ourselves with digital doppelgangers. They do not eliminate the opportunity itself. So I think that's the major difference between digital doppelgangers versus other type of digital technologies mentioned in Shannon Veller's papers about moral de-skilling and moral upskilling. In fact, some can argue that digital doppelganger allow individuals to decide what circumstances and or what environments that one should be in or one wants to be in. And that they can, in other words, allow individuals to focus on circumstances and environments that are good for their moral cultivation and moral self-cultivations. So again, it's not a displacement, but rather it provides us with more opportunities to focus on the type of situation that we are in, ideally speaking, and the kind of environments that we want ourselves to be in, as opposed to other situations. So then, in other words, it allows us to distinguish different types of environments, different types of circumstances. And environments that conducive to our environment, to our moral cultivations, environments that are not conducive to our moral self-cultivations. And then if that's the case, then we can delegate our digital doppelgangers to those environments that are not conducive to our moral self-cultivations. If that's the case, then it seems to me that digital doppelgangers would not pose any problems in terms of moral de-skilling, as argued by Shannon Vallis. Before I move on to my own arguments why digital doppelganger would be problematic, I want to make an interlude to talk about digital doppelgangers. Although do not pose problem in terms of moral de-skillings, they do not at the same time help us with our moral self-cultivations as well. So digital doppelganger do not double, so to speak, our moral cultivations efforts. So digital doppelgangers do not pose problems to moral self-cultivations, but neither do digital doppelgangers actually enrich our moral self-cultivations by multiplying individuals' opportunity to exercise moral skills and or immerse of ritualistic environments. So the idea, of course, is if we can multiply ourselves, can we put our digital doppelganger in many situations, in which case they help us to practice their moral virtues and then come back to us and give us the moral virtues that they learn in different environments? I think they cannot for two reasons. One is there might be an epistemic gap, in which case what digital doppelganger act in specific situations, the information in that situation could not properly relate back to the individuals, given the kind of distance in epistemology and informations in that particular environments. They can, of course, provide us with information, what they have done, why they have done that in that situations. But I think that might not be sufficient just by having the informations, just might not be sufficient. And there could also be epistemic gap about what exactly is the intentions of digital doppelganger in that particular situation for their act. There will be certain uncertainty involved in their actions. But more importantly, I think there is what I call a phenomenological gap or affective gap between the originals and the digital doppelganger, such that the felt experience, if any at all, of the moral act and judgment made by digital doppelganger cannot be relayed back to the originals. So there are two arguments here. One, more ontological arguments about whether digital doppelganger can actually have subjective experience in the case of making moral decisions. So whether digital doppelganger would feel scared, would feel sad, making certain moral decisions, certain moral judgment in their own situation, in their own circumstances. If they cannot feel anything, if they do not have subjective experience, then it would be difficult for us to really get anything out of interactions of doppelgangers, digital doppelgangers in that other situations. Given the fact that I think, again, I need further argument, but I think intuitively, more decisions have that felt dimensions that we have. And relatedly, again, even if they have subjective experience by making more decisions in their own scenario, in their own circumstances, I don't think it is easy for that subjective experience to relate back to individuals just by communications. So I think there is, again, a phenomenological gap between what I felt and what my digital doppelganger would felt if they felt anything. So without the ability to get this phenomenologies of making moral decisions, I don't think having multiple digital doppelganger would help us to develop, morally speaking. So two things. Having digital doppelganger would not hurt us in terms of moral de-skillings, but it would not also benefit us in terms of moral self-cultivation as well. So is there any problem with digital doppelgangers in relation to virtue cultivations? Yes. I think digital doppelgangers, I don't have a better choice of words. If you have a better choice of words, please do let me know. I think digital doppelganger create a meta choice environments of moral vice. So digital doppelganger do not pose direct problem to moral self-cultivations, but they do create what I call a meta choice environment that is conducive to the acquisition of moral vices. What is meta choice environments? I define that as the condition in which individuals make choices about which circumstances or environments they are to encounter and engage. So to think of it this way, we can make decisions about whether we do certain things or not. All right, if I want to have lunch, I make the decisions, I go to have lunch, not go to the library. What digital doppelgangers allow us to do is to change that formula. So it's not just whether I want to do certain things, but rather whether I want to do certain things by myself or by my digital doppelgangers. So digital doppelgangers allow individuals to delegate digital doppelgangers to circumstances or environments that they believe are unconducive to their moral self-cultivations. And so they can encounter or engage in those situations and environments or circumstances they believe are conducive to their moral cultivations. So they allow individuals to pick where they want to be without the loss of not being able to be in another place, at least from the cognitive perspective. So if we want to be in a meeting, let me put it, if I have the option to be in library and a meeting, then I would delegate my digital doppelgangers to the meetings, and then I myself go to the libraries. So without the need to decide on whether I go to library or the meetings itself, I can just decide which one I want to do. And I think that is problematic. Because when individuals can selectively choose to encounter or engage in specific circumstances and environments, I think it cultivates at least 3 types of moral vices. 1, self-centeredness. 2, moral arrogance. 3, moral close-mindedness. Self-centeredness refers to a specific mode of being towards others and the world that a person takes oneself to be at the centers. That definition is provided by P.J. Ivanhoe in his discussion of Neo-Confucianism. But the basic idea, I think, is that if we take ourselves to have the ability to simply choose whatever environments that we want to be in, we inevitably switch our perspective to just focus on oneself, that what I want to do, without considering others. So we take ourselves as the center of the world, that we make decisions solely on the basis of us as the center, and others are being relatively irrelevant. And that's problematic, at least from Confucian's perspective. The other 2 vices are less Confucian-based, but nonetheless, I think it will be helpful for us to highlight that. I think the ability for us to selectively choose what environments we want to enter and engage in would cultivate more arrogance, that an unwillingness or inability to be attentive to our own moral limitations, or dispositions to overly attentive to or overly overown one's moral strength. That's definitions borrowed from the discussions of intellectual virtues of arrogance. The idea of that is if we are able to selectively choose the environments that we encounter and engage in, what we are actually doing is we believe the kind of environments that would be conducive to our own moral cultivations and ignore other environments. So we take our own perspective as what is good for us as absolute, or at least as prioritized over the other type of situations. We ignore the possibility that there are in other situations that they could be also conducive to our own moral cultivation as well. So we take ourselves to be right about our own moral cultivations always, because then we'll be able to choose which one situation that we want to be in. Similarly, with moral close-mindedness is being unwilling or unable to engage seriously with relevant moral options, that there are multiple moral options in different situations, particularly if we think in terms of, let's say, Confucian ethics, that our moral cultivation is not in those big moments that we need to make decisions, but rather in mundane situations in which we interact with one another. With the ability to choose and pick which situations we ourselves want to be in, we basically ignore the possibility that there are other mundane situations in which we can cultivate our moral self. So then we close our mind as to what kind of situations would be conducive to our moral self-cultivations. So from that perspective, then I think with digital doppelgangers, although it won't cause moral de-skilling as defined by Shannon values, it will provide the environments in which we will acquire moral vices such as self-centeredness, moral arrogance, and moral closed-mindedness, amongst others that I haven't yet identified. All right, so that's the first lines of arguments against digital doppelgangers. I have a second argument in which I argue that for digital doppelgangers, they would be problematic for the very goal of self-cultivations as well. So the first arguments basically focus on moral de-skillings. The second argument goes into the type of things that we want to cultivate. And I argue that with digital doppelgangers, the possibility to cultivate that thing, that self, will become even more problematic. So digital doppelganger engender, I think, a fragmentation of identity and risk, obscuring formations of a coherent self-identities that are essentials for what we call self-cultivations. To put it differently, if we do not have the self, if we do not have a coherent self, if we cannot form a coherent self, then it would be difficult for us to think about self-cultivations. My argument relies on Paulus Whitney's earlier discussions about how avatars could provide a kind of proxy relations that leads to epistemic gaps and so responsibility gaps. I'll rely on that argument, but not so much arguing for a responsibility gap, but arguing for the kind of consequence that we have if we have that epistemic gaps towards an individual. So digital doppelgangers, we can conceptualize it in terms of proxy relations. What a proxy relation is, what our proxy relation is that a certain thing A stand for and stand in for B. So in that case, A is a proxy for B. In her original discussions, the discussion is about avatar and the user of the avatars. But I think, again, similar relations could be made between digital doppelgangers and the person who creates the digital doppelganger as well. So in the ideal situations, digital doppelganger would stand for, so represents who the original is, the kind of characteristic that the person have, the memory that person have, so on and so forth. And also stand in for the originals. That means that would act on behalf of the original as well. So why do we have digital doppelgangers? The reason for us to have digital doppelganger is that we want to delegate that digital doppelganger in specific situation, in which case people would take that digital doppelganger as us, that have our characteristics, and that digital doppelgangers would act for us, or act on behalf of us. Sweeney argues the proxy relations typically exhibit epistemic gaps, where the proxies do not have complete access to original intentions, motivations, and other mental states. So in other words, the problem she identified is one that if the digital doppelgangers need to make decisions in a specific circumstances and environments, let's say if the digital doppelganger have to agree on a contract on behalf of you, there might be a lot of epistemic gap between the originals, why that person would like to enter a contract, what kind of considerations that person would consider if he or she is to sign a contract, so on and so forth. In that case, there is this epistemic gap between digital doppelganger and the originals. But at the same time, the proxy, the digital doppelgangers, do represent and act on behalf of the originals, even if there is an epistemic gap, and that the original may not explicitly approve what the digital doppelganger, the proxy, would act for that person. So there will be a responsibility gap, as we know in AI ethics, that there is this particular actions, we do not know who should be responsible for that, whether it's the proxy, if that's the proxy, whether the proxy can be responsible in the case of digital doppelgangers, even though it might well seems to be the case that the original should bear all the responsibilities for it. What I want to point out is it's not just responsibility gaps that matter, but also there is an interpretive openness regarding the original characters and behaviors. So because of the digital doppelgangers can act in a way that is different and even disapproved by the originals, there are different ways to interpret the action and behavior and decision of the digital doppelgangers. And that provide others and ourselves to interpret what exactly is that thing doing. But the problem is, at the same time, that digital doppelganger is supposed to be representing ourselves, to be a true representation of oneself. So I think there is this openness of how their act should be interpreted in terms of the relations within myself, within oneself, within the originals. The problem with that is what I call, or what Regina Farby said about narrative gaslighting. So interpretative openness regarding one's character and behavior open up the room and the risk of narrative gaslighting or even narrative self-gaslighting. What that means, so narrative gaslighting is the intentional manipulation of one constructions of their narrative self by different mechanisms, by questioning the accuracy or appropriateness of autobiographic memories, by undermining the target competence to interpret temporal unfoldings, connectedness, significance of events in their personal past reasonably and reliably, and questioning the target applications of certain concepts to capture sequence of events or their general ability to understand and apply certain concepts. In the case of digital doppelganger, I think first two is particularly problematic because it creates multiple autobiographic memories. By having multiple digital doppelganger in place interacting with others, those interactions, if we take them to be representation of ourselves, create different type of or semi-autobiographic memories. Because of that, digital doppelganger is supposed to represent us, but nonetheless, they are creating memories that are not shared by ourselves. So there is an interesting link between what that thing stands for, if they are to truly represent us, if they are creating new memories for us. It also provides others a way to undermine our ability to interpret the temporal unfolding connectedness and significance of events in our personal past reasonably and reliably. Again, given the fact that there could be digital doppelgangers interacting with others, that their actions require interpretations through us, through our characteristics, through our personal traits, and through our memories. And if that's the case, if we do not know what they are doing, then it opens up the room for others to interpret what the digital doppelganger is doing as what we are doing. So it provides a way to reinterpret ourselves through, or reinterpret ourselves by others through digital doppelgangers. The reason for that is because, like I said, digital doppelganger offer an abundance of narrative materials of oneself and opening up it to others, where individuals ourselves, the originals, in that case, unlike in ordinary situations, we do not have epistemic privilege or immediate access to all these narrative materials. So think, for example, if a digital doppelganger is interact with someone I hate, all right, in that case, there might be things happens with digital doppelgangers and that person's, but I do not know. In that case, I don't actually have epistemic privilege or access to things that represent myself through digital doppelgangers. And that the person interacting with digital doppelganger have indeed certain privilege and immediate access of these interactions that could reinterpret that interactions that structure my own self-interpretations, given the fact that that digital doppelganger represents me in a truthful ways. So it presents a challenge for an individual to construct a coherent narrative self, given all these interactions available with others. What distinguishes digital doppelgangers with other digital technology is one that I think there is this interactional natures, which also engender interpretive openness, unlike other digital technologies such as social medias. So for social media, for example, if I put a picture on social medias, of course, others can reinterpret what that particular picture stands for. But in that case, the person, the originals, still have certain epistemic access or privilege as the one who take that particular pictures, as the one who is in that particular situations, as a defense of what that actually means. In the case of digital doppelgangers, we might not have that access to defend ourselves because the interaction is not done by myself, but by things that stand in for us. So to the extent that they truthfully represent us, they provide an alternative forking of ourselves that interact with others that we do not have access to. And the problem of interpretive openness and narrative gaslighting, I think, would be exacerbated by the risk of digital doppelgangers being jailbreakables, that people can hack it, can hijack it, or even create digital doppelgangers of myself without my consent and interacting with it, and then use that as a way to change the self-narrative of myself. So from that perspective, again, I think digital doppelgangers create a challenge for us to create a coherent self-narrative, which I think, again, is required for moral self-cultivations. All right, so I made two arguments, or two major arguments in that talk. First argument is concerned with moral de-skillings. Digital doppelgangers do not present a problem of moral de-skilling, understood as a displacement of individuals' opportunity to exercise moral skills or to be immersed in a particular situations, in which case they can develop their virtues. But they do present a risk of moral rise by enabling individuals to be self-selective about the circumstances and environments they want to be in and they want to encounter. The second argument focuses on fragmenting identities, that digital doppelgangers present a challenge to a coherent narrative self, which I think, again, is required for moral self-cultivations. So with that, the basic arguments then is having digital doppelgangers, although would not lead to common problems we associate with the challenge to moral self-cultivations, but nonetheless, I think it creates a background that would be better for us for our moral self-cultivations, both as a way of shaping ourselves and both as a way of creating a challenge for us to really to have a self to cultivate. And that's all for my presentations.
Hi, Wong. Thanks so much for the talk. So I guess I have two questions. So one question is about kind of just wondering what is the kind of the upcoming kind of application that's based on digital doppelganger. It's like I think I've heard one CEO, like the Zoom CEO, saying that very soon he's gonna just use his digital doppelganger to take meetings over Zoom, and that will save him a lot of time. So that's kind of the one concrete thing I could think about. And I'm just wondering if there's any upcoming such application. And this related to my second question is, given what the analysis you've given so far, what do you think would be the implications on kind of the regulations of digital propaganda?
All right, so as for applications, I think meeting will be one. So mostly productivities arenas. Second, I think mostly about celebrities, KOL, and influencers that they're going to use digital doppelgangers to interact with fans. So from that perspective, I don't think yet it would be a lot of problem as I indicate here. But then again, depends on how we think about the situations for more cultivations. I think again, if we, even in the case of having a meeting, I would say that that might be an opportunity for us to advance our virtue as well. So in that case, even if that's just in the productivity environments, I would say that this lines of argument still works. Depends on how wide the range of activities we take to be conducive for our more cultivations. As for regulations, I really don't know. I think again, most of the regulations will not be self-focused, so it won't care very much about whether digital doppelgangers would enhance our moral virtues, well-being, so on, but rather whether digital doppelgangers would cause harm to others. So again, I think the regulations, if there are any, will focus mostly on privacy, consent, identity theft, and all this different thing without really taking into account individuals' growth. So I think that's pragmatic, but I think that's how regulations would work, because it would be quite dangerous, I think, to fall into the trap of paternalisms if we try to say, well, you shouldn't use that in that case.
Yes, sorry, just because this is just because we talked about the Zoom earlier, you reminded me like one example from the idea that sometimes we choose to do something and we thought that it fulfill our goals, but at the same time, it's sacrificing a lot of goals that would have otherwise achieved through this activity, right? So like Zoom meeting is one of them. So we thought Zoom meeting's main goal is really just to get business done, but it turned out when we shift all the in-person meeting to Zoom meeting, it sacrificed all the personal interaction, right? So I think you didn't quite mention that in your argument, and I think it may be relevant. It could be relevant to the argument. So when we're choosing to use doppelganger, we thought it fulfilled the certain goals,
Right.
but one risk would be we are very bad at assessing what other actually meaningful goals that we will have accomplished if we have done the interaction in person. So, yeah, I just thought there would be one extra argument you could include, or maybe you have included already.
Right, I'm trying to think. So I think I agree with you. So in the sense of what I try to say there is, maybe I'm not being clear enough. So what I'm trying to say in my presentation is that there are cases in which we want to select. So what you're trying to say is that I guess there is cognitive limitations as to what kind of goals that we decide on. And with that cognitive limitations, we cannot choose. We do not know whether we go to Zoom is better or interaction with in person is better or not. Or am I getting it wrong? All right. So I think my arguments in a sense cover that. So what I'm trying to say is not really about cognitive limitations, but rather that built on the cognitive limitations that we have, that we are cognitively limited as to what options that will contribute to our meaningful life. And if that's the case, if we have the ability to self-select, then it makes our cognitive limitations even worse. So that's part of moral close-mindedness. Try to amount to.
Can you go back to the very last slide? This one. Great. So I find very interesting the idea that digital doppelgangers present a risk of more likely by enabling individuals to be self-selective about the circumstances environment they want to become engaged in. It's interesting because this is just the truth about whether or not we have digital doppelgangers. We always have to choose and be selective about the circumstances and environment we want to engage in. And I'm just wondering, I feel that digital doppelgangers, yes, they could be bad to us, but they could also be very useful tools for moral self-cultivation if we want it. For example, whenever we have a hard decision, like who to marry or which school to go to, and we don't know what kind of person we'll be at the end of it. I would love it if I could have like digital doppelgangers of everyone. It's like, okay, digital Frank, this is put in a simulation to marry digital Alice, or another one to marry digital something, and see what kind of person these digital doppelgangers become. And ooh, digital Frank marrying Beth becomes an alcoholic. Ooh, that's really bad. I don't want that.
Right.
That's very useful for my self-cultivation to select certain circumstances in which I come out a better person. Do you think that's first of all possible, or is that just like, yeah, first of all, what do you think of that use of
I think I'm going to answer your first question first. Regarding what's the difference between having digital doppelgangers and not having similar technologies, I think the difference is in case of digital doppelgangers, the opportunity cost or the cost of not doing certain things is drastically reduced. So if you have a meetings and if you do not have a, or if you have an very important meeting, let me put it this way, if you do not have digital doppelgangers, you have to defend yourself why you don't go to that particular meetings. With digital doppelgangers and good enough digital doppelgangers, that cost has been reduced drastically because you can just send digital doppelgangers to replace yourself. So think, for example, it's just like digitally, if you're a king or something, then you can send out like delegates to represent you to do anything you like. So in that case, I think it's similar in that sense. But then for us normal people or ordinary citizens, I don't think we have that power to do that. So I think that reduces drastically the cost of choosing different events with digital doppelgangers. I think that's the difference. For simulations, I don't know. So the quick answer is I don't know. But then relate back to development of more skills. I think in the case of simulations or future predictions, one we can argue is whether there is accurate enough prediction of futures that could truthfully inform your decisions. So marrying Beth, whether the predictions would really be useful to inform your current decisions. So that would be more or less cognitive argument or epistemic arguments that we have, whether to use digital doppelganger or not. But having that, I think, again, that would not be helpful for us from the moral perspective. So it won't help us to develop our moral decisions, except perhaps by calculating cost and benefit. So from the virtue perspective, I don't think that helps a lot.
Marrying a certain person, going to a certain school turns me into alcoholic. And for moral reasons, I don't want to be that kind of person like the other. That does sound very valuable.
Yes, so that is valuable in terms of decision making, but not so much values virtue cultivations. So I think the difference is I know a lot of like bad things. I read a lot of stories about what happens in the futures, but that does not help us to become a better person in a virtuous sense. Yes.
The first I wanted to put one I'm sorry, and then switch to on one I think, So that like feels like one day the virtue the more the virtue certain the more that where the more the virtue the number of want more kind of something.
Yes.
So I was like on the side, but more generally I wanted to what kind of assumptions you're making about both the environment and what you support with the environment. Like imagine a digital doppelganger that designed to get a whole. Like I know that I have no way to grow when it comes out. So what I'm going to do is the point is not to figure out what to do, but exactly in a way that from my own perspective, maybe with what I think I'm successful is very like me that will allow me to take down. So just kind of right to say that more about how you're imagining the environment and the place, but also how they're designed. And then in the second half of the talk, I wanted to ask, are you assuming that these things are in an important sense myself, or are they still very good? If there's still some very good responsibilities, you might think, well, yeah, in some cases, like this is where others about aspects like, I'm not completely transparent to myself. Someone I close friend might be a better guide to my moral virtues or what I like than I am to myself. But ultimately, I have so it's a little ironic, but not in more serious way than somebody friends. Or do you think that these things are really sometimes self, and so we might end up with a kind of discoherent self, but then I would want to defend the identity of the club and the self-anger, like really.
Right. So regarding the distance between epistemic and virtues, I actually agree with Frank and you that epistemic certain knowledge is required for us to be virtuous. So that's the conditions. But I think there is a steps from epistemic information or epistemologies to becoming virtuous. So there need to be practices, in which case I don't think having simulations or doppelganger work for us would do a lot of good for us. Even in the case of artificial moral advisors, that they make more decision for us, that fall back to Valor's arguments against moral skillings, right? So that's not my yeah. I should add at the very beginning, I'm not trying to provide an often considered arguments against digital doppelgangers. What I'm trying to do is to try to speculate under what conditions digital doppelganger would be bad for us. So that's, I think I should be more clear. Regarding the identity between oneself and the digital doppelganger, I think, again, you are right in pointing out the need for almost the equivalent condition for digital doppelgangers and myself, the originals, in order, in a sense, for the narrative gaslighting arguments to work. But then, so a tentative defense of it would be what I'm trying to work on is not an ontological sense of personal identity, but rather a social sense of personal identities or narrative identity that interacting with digital doppelgangers so long as the other part or the society will see that as constituting my self representations would be sufficient for their arguments to work. So instead of thinking like they need to be equivalent to the extent that outsiders, third party, would think of that as a true representations of myself. And I think by talking about this digital doppelganger have performed out of characters, actions, decisions, would have implications as to how I think about myself. So I think that depends on, like you said, what account of personal identities or self-identity would require. I think my arguments were based on social versions of what self-identities amongst to. But I need a full defense of what account is. So that would be a different stories. Mike.
saying another thing that's not really out. Well, those are the maybe whatever stuff is. And then after that, so that
Yeah.
So that
Right. Yes.
Right. So, and that is that the case is something so also one of the all is that that is very sad. You're supposed to further island and you are not really outside of the
So let me answer the second question first. I think we need sociological studies actually to determine or to investigate actually how people interact with digital doppelgangers. In the case of, I don't know, porn star and adult content producers, there are actually quite a lot of fans interacting with the adult content producers. So in that case, I think if we really ask those people, I don't know, it requires again sociological and empirical studies, but I think they do believe they are interacting with not just the digital doppelganger, but the adult content producers themselves. So that's, I think, as an interesting questions, cannot be answered by philosophy alone, but rather we need empirical research and to see how they actually think about interacting with digital doppelgangers, how real the interactions would be, or how real that would feel. As for the first questions, I think what you point out actually will support my arguments that that creates having digital doppelgangers in a productivity settings would actually create more responsibilities than we want, because they are making different decisions for us. So two things here. One is I think it is actually what the corporations are trying to push to use this digital doppelganger in productivity settings, in meeting, in, I don't know, in teaching maybe, and all these different settings. So this is what they are trying to do. But what I want to point out is if that's the case and there are multiple issues regarding the person who used this digital doppelgangers. And I think what you mentioned is actually Paulus Winnie's ideas about having this responsibility gap arise because of they make decisions for us, and who should bear those decisions, who should bear responsibilities for those decisions. So again, I think that covers by someone else. But what I am interested in, again, is to think of how that would affect ourselves rather than others.
But we might think the go on the answer is that current environment, my residual offer and you'll actually say you might think, well, look, a lot of the place where people do that is workplace.
Right.
But if it's automate and ways and stuff, and not people all of it, you don't want the possibilities, but you're all fine with that. Or politics, maybe in politics, there's a kind of video model, like even voting, like you real time voting, and there's like I'm going out of mine to vote.
Right.
So I think, you know, it could be a challenge in that actually, given the kind of current incentives in the environment.
Right. Right. So again, to my defense, I would say that's true in the case of how the environments that we're in, so the political economies and all the situations that we're in, that will enable displacements of individuals given the environment. But nonetheless, my arguments, I think, focus not so much on the environments as such, but around us to think of how it provides the possibility. So if I'm trying to defend digital propaganda, what I would say, so that's the kind of arguments I'm trying to make. So if I want to defend digital propagandas from more to skillings, what I would say is simply that it opened up the opportunities for us, not just by displacing ourselves, but just replacing us in different situations. The environments, yeah. Yes. Yes, that I agree. But again, I think that's not necessarily links to my arguments from unless we put in the environments as part of the assumptions that we have. So again, if I'm trying to defend digital propagandas, that might be a possibility that we could do that. So it might not necessarily lead to more de-skilling unless combined with certain environmental settings that push us to displacement rather than replacement.
The second thing that's very interesting, I really like what you said. I want to talk a bit about the second thing you said, that digital adoption is going to count the coherent narrative self, which is required for moral self-acquisition. I totally agree that we need coherent narrative self to understand who we are, to cultivate ourselves morally. But not just any coherent narrative self. I think we need the correct narrative self. We have to understand ourselves rightly. And in that case, the challenges that digital adoption can pose for our narrative self, I think is actually that is actually a part of the business. For example, I might think of myself as someone who's very chill and patient and long suffering. And one day, someone said, "Hey, can you teach some kindergarteners philosophy?" I said, just delegate my digital doppelganger. And the next day, they tell me, "Oh, the house is a disaster. This digital doppelganger just like flipped out, got so impatient, started cussing at the kids." And then this is good for my moral motivation because I learned something.
Right.
Like, oh, maybe I'm not as patient as I thought. Maybe, kids really push my butt. I really need hard look at myself.
Right.
And that's good. It didn't require even for moral self-cultivation.
Right.
So
I agree with you entirely in that case. But then my question is let me put it this way. So in your case, you assume this authority of self-interpretations to oneself. So I am ultimately the person who do the self-interpretations, that this is not part of me. That would be the thesis or assumption that I disagree, that self-interpretations would not necessarily rest on individuals, but very often it's like a social phenomenon. So if there are sufficient number of people say you are not actually patient, then most likely you will interpret yourself as impatient. So that's where the gaslighting parts come in, I think. And to the extent that there are sufficient gaslighter around you, I think you start thinking about yourself as impatience as well. So becoming self-gaslighting. Right.
it's
Right.
not making me happy.
Right.
So it's not really gaslighting.
I see what you mean. All right.
It's self-discovery.
Yes. All right. So again, I agree with you, I guess. But then I think that opens up the opportunities for both self-corrections and self-gaslighting or gaslighting that. So that's two directions in that case. But thanks for that.
Okay, yeah.
All right, everyone, for coming back to our second part of the day. So please join me in welcoming from HKUST, the Division of Humanities and AI Research. Please welcome Professor Linus.
Hi, thanks everyone. So again, I'm from HKUST, but so from August 1st, I will actually be moving to Chinese University of Hong Kong. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because this was my job talk. So you're hearing my job talk. So the job talk was actually geared at cultural studies because the department that was doing my research talk was the cultural study department. So I did make a little bit changes, kind of to put more philosophical stuff back in there. So this paper is a work in progress in collaboration with Lingnan, who is a political philosopher at University of Connecticut. Also kind of in connection to this philosophy AI in Asia workshop, this is kind of one of my first work that I was kind of trying to push myself to think about what will be the kind of AI issues that will be important to Asia as a region, right? So I think many of you have similar experiences where I was teaching the ethics of AI and where I found the most of the interesting or accessible textbook material mostly focus on issue that's important to America, and most of the case study focus on the US. So in a way, I was seeing myself in the next 5-6 years trying to work on things that will be of special interest to this region, and this is kind of a start. But so kind of just contextualize this a little bit. So just kind of again to highlight how maybe under-theorized this issue about cultural hegemony is discussed in the philosophy context, right? So if you have read Eisen Gabriel's 200 pages, The Ethics of Advanced AI Assistant paper, you'll realize they mention so many issues about the ethics of advanced AI assistant, but exactly they used one paragraph to talk about issues of cultural imperialism. So I think that's how under-theorized this issue is in the current AI ethics field. And I hope that's something we can continue to discuss after this talk. And another thing is, so my background is a philosophy of cognitive science. So I'm not gonna really focus on a lot of the political or ethical aspect of the cultural imperialism. What I really want to work on is the more cognitive science aspect of this, right? So what is special about generative AI or AI assistant through kind of interaction with human, the user, in what way it make its ability to homogenize culture, to kind of perpetrate cultural imperialism, especially effective. So that's kind of the main argument that we'll focus on in this paper. Okay. So I guess for this audience, I don't really need to focus on explain what generative AI again. So I'm just gonna skip this slide, and for the rest of the talk, when I talk about AI, I'm really just talking about generative AI. So current literature on AI and bias typically focus on really blatantly harmful content, such as these AI generated images on the slide. So they reflect societal biases and cause what people call the representational harm that demeans minoritized group quite explicitly. But in this talk, I will argue that generative AI can function as an oppressive thing, solidifying problematic normality more effectively than traditional and social media do. But it achieves this not through those explicit, blatantly harmful content, but through very subtle content style and performance biases in those AI's output. So in this way, this paper goes beyond existing literature in several ways. So first of all, it draws on philosophy of cognitive science, computer science, and psychology to explain AI's distinctive ability to perpetrate oppression. Specifically, I want to draw on the embodied cognition and the implicit social cognition literature, including literature about bias, attitude formation, but also about norm acquisition to argue for my case. So first of all, I will focus on AI's role as a material anchor that interact with the psychological, social, physical components of a oppressive system. So specifically, AI is not really just a passive reflection of the society that's creating it. It is actually quite active in the sense that's extremely difficult to control. And through interaction with the different components of the system, it can outlive and complicate the creator's negative impact. And second, I want to focus on the subtle biases outside systematic impact. So these biases, even though seen individually, they may feel quite inconsequential because they're quite subtle, right? But through the collective impacts and their interactions, I will argue that the impact is really underestimated because AI can quite easily integrate with our cognitive and social life without much resistance, exactly because they're so subtle. And third, I will focus on AI's disciplinary power. So unlike the traditional and social media and the predictive algorithm, such as search engine, generative AI has exceptional social and interactive capabilities. So it can effectively tap into the normative cognition mechanism to discipline its user. So again, I want to focus on kind of my general methodology is I want to integrate empirical evidence from diverse field to provide a holistic explanation that highlight generative AI's oppressive influence. So this is what I will do. I will start with a couple of examples about the subtle biases in generative AI, and I will talk about the oppressive thing as a theoretical framework. Then we'll go to the main argument, and then I will end with some case studies to kind of illustrate the more abstract arguments. And then I will end with the conclusion. So let's start with some of the examples that illustrate AI's subtle biases. So instead of presenting the example myself, why not let AI do it, right? So I'm using here the Google's Notebook LM, which is a generative AI that can create a podcast style summary from everything you throw at it. So this podcast will introduce 3 use cases highlighting AI's subtle biases, so including accent modification in call center and the challenge of content moderation for reclaimed slurs in LGBTQ plus community, and finally the covert racism against African American English. So as we listen to it, I think we can also at the same time reflect about the podcast as an output of generative AI, and kind of think about kind of its oppressive influences. So let me just play this podcast for the first 3 minutes.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. We've got a fascinating collection of articles today about language, AI, and some really complex social issues. It's a lot to unpack, but that's what we're here for. We're diving into the world of AI and how it interacts with the way people speak, from call centers to social media, and what this all means for identity and fairness.
Sounds like a deep dive indeed.
Okay, so first up, we've got this piece from The Conversation about accent modification software being used in call centers. Kind of sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, doesn't it?
It is pretty futuristic. A company called Sonos is using AI to change call center workers' accents in real time. They say it reduces bias and makes communication smoother, but I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, like who even decides what a quote-unquote neutral accent is anyway?
Exactly. Linguistics experts would argue that a neutral accent doesn't exist. Accents are a natural part of language tied to our identities and cultures. Trying to erase them, well, it could be seen as erasing a part of who someone is.
It's kind of like saying your way of speaking isn't good enough.
Yeah, a lot of critics worry about that. They argue this tech could lead to everyone being expected to speak the same way, which would be a huge loss of cultural diversity. And think about it. People with certain accents might feel pressured to use this software to get ahead even if it makes them uncomfortable. And that brings in socioeconomic factors too.
It feels like putting a Band-Aid on a much deeper wound. Instead of addressing the root causes of bias, we're asking individuals to conform.
Exactly, and that's a big concern. Let's move on to some research on AI content moderation. This study shows that AI models struggle to understand reclaimed slurs used by LGBTQ plus people, often flagging their posts as harmful even when they're not.
Hold on, so someone could be expressing themselves authentically within their own community and be told their language is toxic. That just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, it highlights a really crucial point. Can AI truly understand the nuances of language, especially when it comes to groups that have historically been marginalized? Reclaimed slurs are words that were once used to hurt but have been reappropriated to take back power.
So context is everything.
Right. And that's where AI often falls short. These AI models are trained on massive amounts of data, but if that data doesn't accurately reflect the diversity of language use, it's going to perpetuate biases. It's like teaching a machine to see the world through only one set of eyes. It's going to miss a lot of the picture.
So even if a word is considered offensive in one context, it might not be in another. But AI often misses that nuance.
Exactly. And that brings us to another really important point. AI can even harbor what's called covert racism by making judgments about people based solely on their use of African American English.
No, that is really interesting.
It's not about overt hateful language. It's about subtle biases baked into the data these AI models learn from. For instance, an algorithm might misinterpret AAE syntax and flag it as grammatically incorrect, which could lead to an unfair outcome.
So something that is perfectly normal and valid within one dialect could be misinterpreted by AI and lead to negative consequences.
Right. And the research shows these biases can have a real impact on things like job prospects and even legal decisions. It really highlights the urgent need for more inclusive and context-aware AI systems that consider the full spectrum of human language and experience.
Wow, this is all pretty heavy stuff.
Okay. I like how it ends with it's such a heavy stuff, right? I think I've heard this phrase several times when I was producing all sort of material. But I want to kind of just briefly talk about some stuff kind of you might notice in this podcast, right? So first of all, of course, Notebook LM is still only available in English, right? And it by default deliver it in the standardized American accent. And also this podcast is pretty standard, I would say, NPR style podcast, if you're familiar with American podcasts. So it kind of reflects a specific cultural norm as well. And finally, even though as he was talking to about all these reclaimed slur and being kind of censored because it was deemed toxic, even though it shouldn't be, it didn't use this reclaimed slur as example. I think probably because it was also censored by its own algorithm. So you wouldn't be able to use this in this context correctly should be used as an example to illustrate their point. So I think there are a lot more can be talked about, but I think it would be interesting to kind of come back to these examples as we talk more.
Welcome to the deep dive.
All right. So let me turn to the theoretical framework we're going to depend on for the argument. So here, I'm going to discuss its insight to set a stage for the main argument. But first of all, what do we mean by oppression in this paper? So we're just going to borrow Iris Young's conception here. So that is, oppression, according to her, involves unequal power relations between groups and systemic constraints imposed by these relations. So in other words, as Young states, all oppressed people suffer some inhibition of their ability to develop and exercise their capabilities and express their needs, thoughts, and feelings. But specifically, Young has argued that there are 5 kind of interconnected phases of oppression. So exploitation, marginalization, powerlessness, violence, and cultural imperialism. Even though they're kind of connected, but this paper will focus on specifically cultural imperialism. So roughly, cultural imperialism refers to the structural ways in which dominant groups construct a social hierarchy of difference with their worldview taken as the norm, and their perspective naturalized not only the way things are, but the way things should be. But importantly, there are some qualifications I want to talk about before we move on, right? So of course, there are degree of oppression. So slavery is, of course, much more oppressed compared to, for example, maybe racism or sexism in Hong Kong in 2025, right? So just because So a lot of criticism about Yang is that it seems to make everything oppressive in some sense, but I think this idea their degree of oppression is perfectly reasonable. It captures our intuition that oppression come in different degree, and we should, of course, address oppression that are more serious. But it depends on how we spell out all these different capability that what were being inhibited. They might, of course, be in subtle disagreement, but it shouldn't be kind of a problem using this conception of oppression. And second is the intersectionality aspect of it. So if everyone experiences oppressions differently and it's kind of shaped by their different social identity, so of course, everyone experience kind of distinct, unique form of oppression. All right. So what are oppressive things? So here I'm kind of borrowing again the framework from Lau and Hübner. So according to their conception, oppressive things are material artifacts or spatial environments that are congruent with an oppressive system within its social historical context. So there are three conditions that define this congruence relations. So first of all, it has to be the same direction. So it has to be biased in the same direction as the oppressive system. So if this artifact, for example, is actually biased against men in a sexist society that favor men, it's not an oppressive thing because it's kind of in the different direction of the sexist system. And the second condition is it should be causally embedded. So it should be situated and interact with the structure of the system. So if there's an object that's kind of hidden and buried in the ground, that has no opportunity to interact with the social structure and the psychological structure of the system, that is not an oppressive thing. So it kind of inert, right? There's no causal interaction happening. And finally, the influence should be bidirectional. So you kind of emphasize the fact that the oppressive thing is not only a reflection of the oppressive system, but also reinforce the oppressive structure that give rise to them. So let me introduce one example, the Shirley card. So Shirley card is introduced by Kodak, the film company, if everybody still remember it, in the 1950s as a standard calibration tool to maintain the consistency in color photos. So what it does is a technician of the color printing will use this particular card as a calibration tool. So they will print out the negative and compare the photo with this standardized Shirley cards. So if these two, the printout photo and the Shirley card match exactly, then the printing machine is well calibrated, right? But even for such a simple kind of calibration tool, it leads to bias in the performance of color film. So as we can show in the image in the bottom, darker skin face look much more oversaturated, underlit, and the light skin faces look just kind of right and balanced and normal. So importantly, the bias that result from the Shirley card is a purely mechanical process that can emerge without human intentions, right? So it doesn't matter whether the Shirley card was created out of racist intention. It doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter whether the technician is a racist or not. Simply by using this card to as a calibration process, it produces biased outcome that leads to all sort of oppressed consequences. So the bias can be seen as a property of the material artifacts, specifically their propensity to make light skins look natural or right in photos. So being oppressive in this case is a relational property of the object within a specific social context. So in the 1990s, multiracial Shirley cards were produced to address this issue, showing this technical problem wasn't inevitable after all. However, color film's bias has kind of calcified into a neutral standard where whiteness became normal, while darker skin was implicitly seen as deviant. And this had far-reaching effects. So, for example, this led to the entrenchment of racial biases in visual media. Ultimately, Shirley Card contributed to a problematic aesthetic norm that equates light skin with beauty. So the actual story of Shirley Card is actually much more complicated than what I was summarizing here. So this is what this QR code here is for. You can read a much more nuanced story that goes behind this. But I think it illustrates the idea how an object can be biased regardless of the societal structure that's creating it, regardless of the creator's intention, regardless of the user's intention. It's kind of a relational property of the object within the particular social context. So this is kind of the insight we are building on from the oppressive theme framework. So first of all, it doesn't simply assess a material artifact's kind of intrinsic moral quality, right? So the content of Shirley Card is relatively morally neutral. It's just a picture of a white woman. There's nothing wrong about it. But it is the causal and moral consequences of the artifact that's problematic. And second of all, the framework takes the claim that material artifacts, not just people or society, can oppress. They take this claim seriously, right? So typically we think about oppression is done by people or done by society, but this framework really take the claim seriously that object by itself can oppress. So artifact can shape and stabilize patterns of interaction in ways independently of the force that create them. So for example, again, Shirley Card may not arise from explicit racist intention, but it can nevertheless shape and stabilize racist systems anyway. And finally, this framework examines the artifact's reciprocal interaction with the broader social, psychological, and technological structures. So while they are product of this structure, they also reinforce and amplify them through reciprocal interactions. So for example, again, Shirley Cards might seem trivial in isolation, but through their interaction with the broader structure, for example, with the film industry, with how later on how the digital camera set their technical specifications, they contribute to much larger scale systemic oppressions. Okay, so now let me turn to the main argument. So is my argument in a nutshell. I will first argue that necessarily AI more efficiently and accurately embodies and reproduces the knowledge about and perspective of dominant groups. So here I emphasize necessary in the sense that because a lot of AI companies often frame this bias problem as a temporary problem, suggesting systems like Notebook LM, even though now kind of limited to standardized American English and norm, can eventually become much more diverse. But I want to argue that bias against minoritized group, in a way, is an essential feature of machine learning within this particular social context. And really no realistic solution is forthcoming. And second, AI through extensive integration into our cognitive social life, powerfully constrain and shape our natural and normal patterns of cognition and interactions. So here is kind of where the philosophy of cognitive science comes in. So here I want to kind of use theories of embodied cognition and empirical literature to argue that subtle biases, even though they are often dismissed as inconsequential, because in a way, I think people just mistaken about the nature of the cognition, right? People often trust their kind of conscious agency to resist these technologies' influence. But I think if we take embodied cognition's lesson kind of seriously, and I think it also have a lot of empirical evidence that's backing it up, this kind of trust in our conscious agency is really misplaced. So much of our mental life depends on habits and kind of external tools that we depend on for cognition. And similarly, our social interaction relies on a lot of kind of external scaffolding. It could be conceptual scaffolding. It could be actually kind of material scaffolding. And that's why like AI can really subtly reshape our social interactions. So here again, I'm kind of trying to highlight that exactly because these biases are subtle, it can kind of bypass our kind of conscious cognition to affect what we see as normal or natural. And the third premise is AI's kind of social and interactive ability can calcify these normal patterns into norms that govern our shared world, which in turn kind of go back to reinforce what we take to be normal. So here, kind of, I want to emphasize again the underestimated influence of this kind of social interaction, our social interaction with generative AI, especially like AI agent and AI companion. Here again, kind of going back to the implicit social cognition literature, which is kind of against a lot of intuitive conception of how we acquire norm and value. So norm acquisition really occurs a lot of times through social interaction and through kind of, and that this mechanism kind of operate implicitly, right? So in this argument, I want to highlight that in these interpersonal interaction, what feels normal and natural will implicitly constrain what we feel normative and vice versa. And the fourth premise is AI will effectively perpetrate cultural imperialism that's oppressive against non-dominant group. And that leads to the conclusion that generative AI will function very effectively as oppressive things. So I will go through like these four premises, but I think the real contribution of this paper will kind of spell out the premise 2 and 3. Yeah. And I would also kind of specifically hope to get more feedback on the premise 2 and 3, because I don't think the paper is quite there yet. So I'm kind of laying out the general framework of the argument for premise 2 and 3, but I think a lot of more stuff could be said there. So I really hope to get more feedback on them as well. And another qualification is, I think it should be obvious too that these all of the premises in a way are empirical, right? So as I was arguing for them, I'm really arguing for empirical claim that cannot be proved through just kind of a priori argument. But what I do is I kind of argue for their empirical plausibility, right? Given what we know about the implicit social cognition, given what we know about the embodied theory of cognition, I'm arguing that I will bet on these premises to be true. And I was also hoping that by putting kind of this actual empirical premise out, it kind of guide the kind of future empirical research that was needed to really make this argument better. Okay, so let's turn to the first premise. So it should be obvious to everyone who sits here that no technology is value neutral, but in generative AI, the value-laden nature is intensified due to social, psychological, and technological factors. So let me first briefly talk about the social and psychological factors first. So first will be the kind of incentive structures, right? Because generative models are extremely expensive. So training ChatGPT-4 reportedly costs at least $100 million. So given these factors, only most resourceful entities, that is probably in the US, China, and Europe, can afford to develop them. So naturally, these entities will prioritize their own cultural and societal values for good reasons. And similarly, the market incentive will cater to the needs of the dominant group. For example, in the earlier example, we talk about the accent modification model used in the call center. They improve the customer service quality for the dominant group, right? Who's the customer, basically. And the second factor is about the fine-tuning process. So again, to make AI usable and safe, developers will rely on fine-tuning to make them safe, to make these AI kind of conform to the norm that was deemed appropriate through reinforcement learning. And the key question here, again, is whose norm and perspective will serve the standard for reinforcement learning? And again, naturally, it will be the dominant groups who develop the AI system, right? I mean, in a way, that's just kind of natural for them to do. So there's some initiative kind of aim to counter these psychological and social factors. But these factors will remain quite limited due to the technical factors I now turn to. So the first factors involve the training data sources. So training generative AI is extremely data intensive, with the capability of generative AI directly tied to the quantity of training data. And this drives a company to constantly seek new sources of data. However, training data is heavily unbalanced. So one estimate from this, I think this is from Common Core, right, data set, shows that at least almost 50% of the training data for LLM is in English, as most digitized data on the internet is English language content, right? So even like Chinese, which is, I think, the third most spoken languages, only constitute 6% of the training data. And the second factor concerns the nature of machine learning, right? So machine learning system aims to capture the statistical pattern in the data, including the knowledges and biases. But machine learning models do not learn all patterns equally well. So patterns that's present in larger quantity of data are learned much more accurately, because more data just means more learning opportunity. Models are also likely to overrepresent these dominant patterns in their output, because machine learning they want to produce the output that's in proportion to their training data, right? So all these factors add together just means that the Anglophone world, because they contribute to much more training data, AI will embed and reproduce their perspective and knowledge much more accurately. So let me just address quickly one objection. So some might argue that the claim necessarily here is way too strong. They might ask why, whether solution can exist to mitigate these issues, for example. So one possible solution could be, how about initiative that embed marginalized perspective? So one such approach is could be just fine-tuning models to make them produce much more diverse outcome, or fine-tuning them with minorities, marginalized groups, norm or data. So with this approach, even though they definitely help reduce some biases, so for example, a lot of explicit sexist, racist language has been kind of fine-tuned away in most of the dominant language model. As we can see in the earlier example, the covert bias persists, right? So in the earlier example, it shows that if you start talking to a large language model in African-American syntax, large language model very quickly starts showing biased interaction with you. And that is because fine-tuning is really a very superficial learning that in a way, is like teaching a very racist person to talk in a politically correct way, right? So you can teach them to kind of inhibit some of the behavior, but it's not going to generalize to all their behavioral patterns. How about the second way to address this problem? How about balancing the training data? So again, balancing the training data is feasible for a smaller, maybe specialized model, and we should definitely do that. But it sacrifices just way too much data, right? So balancing just means we're going to sacrifice a lot of data from majority groups so that the data will kind of evenly distributed across different social groups. But because large language model relies on vast data to achieve their capabilities, it make it impractical, at least for the current situation, to sacrifice these volumes of data, especially now all these AI companies are competing to produce the most capable AI models. And finally, the third option will be gathering data from marginalized group so that you just kind of produce more data for them. Again, this is a helpful thing and we should definitely be doing, but I'm skeptical because this process is so costly, right? You actually have to spend a lot of time and invest a lot of energy to collect this data. It is, in a way, impossible to scale to the level where it would actually address this problem. So, in short, despite various proposed solutions, these structural and technical barriers make it impossible that AI's tendency to favor dominant groups can be overcome in practice. So let me turn to the second premise. AI, through extensive integration into our cognitive and social life, powerfully constrain and reshape our natural or normal patterns of cognition and interactions. So here, the broader kind of argumentative strategy is really drawing on embodied cognition and again, implicit bias or implicit social cognition literature as a resource to argue for it. And here, I want to kind of contrast generative AI and AI agent kind of against the traditional media and social media, right? To argue that, oh, this wave of generative AI would be just so much more powerful in shaping what we take to be natural or normal. So the first resource is embodied cognition. So roughly, embodied cognition argues that cognition is a hybrid process that involves brain, body, as well as our physical, social, and technological environment. So instead of seeing the mind as confined to the brain, it emphasizes how external tools and symbols constitute cognition. So richer memory, for example, identifies several factors influencing whether a tool will be integrated into our cognition. And two of these factors are particularly relevant here. So one is what I call cognitive utilities. So tools like calculator or AI assistant will reduce cognitive load and improve efficiency. So it makes them much more likely to be integrated. And the second factor is trust. So user will integrate tool they consider to be very reliable. So they will slowly kind of build them into their habitual cognitive practice over time and eventually kind of become reliant on them. So this is where the feature of generative AI kind of stand out to support its integrations. So generative AI, like, for example, large language model are domain general tools with utility across a wide range of tasks. So that make it much more easily to be used in larger scope and in a wide range of domains. So you kind of foster our reliance on it in much more aspect of life. And the second features of large language model is, at least for now, many users still consider machine to be value neutral and has credible and trustworthy. And this misconception, in a way, is also kind of reinforced by this interface of AI or AI agent that's typically associated with kind of credibility. So these two factors kind of combine with the fact that when blatant biases such as explicit racist language are fine-tuned away, it makes AI seems much more trustworthy and useful than it actually is. And again, I kind of want to come back to this idea about subtle biases, right? Just exactly because all these subtle biases in the content, style, and performance seem so inconsequential, it make it less likely for us to resist their integration into our cognitions. So all these factors make AI a much higher kind of effective material anchors that will kind of stabilize pattern of thought and behavior in many domains of our cognitions. So people will kind of interact AI existence into kind of our perception, decision-making, and actions. So you will stabilize and habituate behavioral and thinking patterns kind of within us and across our social interactions. So these AI-mediated cognitive process will come to constrain what is perceived as natural and normal, even though they are actually very, very problematic. So here's the parallel with with the Shirley car, right? Exactly because Shirley car seems so trivial. It was used in a large scale, right? And it kind of, in every aspect of its use, it stabilized a certain pattern that kind of ultimately privilege whiter skin, right? So for example, because white skin look nicer, it leads to certain behavioral judgment about what is beautiful. It discourages kind of darker skinned people. There's a lot of kind of history about darker skinned people or photographer feeling that it's impossible to take good picture of darker skinned people. So again, like how Shirley Carr kind of act as a material anchor that anchor all these cognitive decision, like making kind of value and aesthetic judgment, and also anchor the social practice that eventually privileged the lighter skinned people. And I'm trying to draw this parallel here where large language model or generative AI through like their wide scale usage will kind of eventually anchor all these behavioral and social interactions. And I think importantly, this is very different from the traditional media and social media, right? Traditional media just don't get integrated into our cognitive life in this way. And in many ways, we have a choice of the kind of media we are choosing. And think social media, even though it was integrated into our cognition and social interaction much more compared to traditional media, but still there, we're interaction, even though there was like echo chamber or issue, we are still somehow interacting with a community that's kind of amplified by the algorithm instead of this kind of homogeneous dominant groups perspective. So I think in this way, generative AI is still much more powerful in kind of perpetrating a kind of dominant groups perspective. Okay, so now let me move to the third premises. So this premise is kind of argued against this traditional view where, so in the psychology of norm cognition, there was this traditional view that we assume there's a unified norm system that govern how we acquire, maintain, and conform to norms, right? But recent research shows that norm actually persists through diverse cognitive and affective and ecological processes. They often operate implicitly. And this is where generative AI, especially when we think about AI companion, stand out as a powerful shaper of social norms because they can leverage this their social and interactive capabilities to engage these multiple mechanisms of normative cognition. And moreover, even though Moreover, the traditional and social media just do not engage in these mechanisms as effective as AI agents do. So even though social media is in a way interactive, right? But like I mentioned earlier, the feedback you receive from social media is still kind of given by the community. It was amplified by the algorithm, but it's ultimately given by the circle of friends you have. While generative AI could be giving you feedback that's driven by the dominant group's worldview that's kind of encoded in the training data. And so again, here I want to highlight the distinct capability of generative AI. So let me kind of talk about a few mechanisms. I'm missing one page. It's completely gone. That's okay. So I didn't want to talk about this in detail anyway, because it's kind of quite specific about the literature of normative cognition. But basically on this slide, I want to focus on the fact that norm acquisition actually was done through a variety of distinct mechanisms. And kind of AI agent could kind of tap into each of one of them quite effectively. So the first mechanism for norm acquisition could be the mechanism through direct instructions. So user could seek explicit guidance on behavior, or the second way could be modeling behavior, right? So the generative AI could kind of implicitly convey what is the societal norms here by kind of modeling what is the appropriate behavior here. And a second type of mechanism is mechanism for conformity. Here is mostly about providing motivations for the user to conform to social norm. So one of the mechanisms could be reinforcement learning. So the large language model, for example, could provide you positive feedback when you interacted with it in a non-consistent way. It could also just kind of provide you incentive to avoid any negative feedback. And finally, the generative AI could also maintain the social norm in a society by creating this shared knowledge of the norm through kind of help disseminating the norm in the society broadly. So kind of just to sum up, I just want to highlight the fact that generative AI, especially AI agent, if used widely, could tackle, could shape your norm much more effectively, just because unlike social media and traditional media, it could engage so many more of your normative cognition mechanism. And finally, the fourth premise, AI effectively perpetrate cultural hegemony, which is oppressive to non-dominant group. So here, I'm not really making a new claim. Basically, I am really just borrowing Ernst Young's argument about cultural imperialism. So I'm just gonna skip this slide so we can have more time for discussion. So let me conclude the main argument. So I have synthesized empirical theories as well as philosophical theories of cognition from different fields to show that generative AI isn't just another tool. Its domain general nature and the guise of neutrality encourage deep integration into our everyday life, shaping what we perceive as normal. And because these systems are fueled by vast, unbalanced data sets, they unavoidably favor the perspective of dominant groups. Even when blatant bias are tuned out, subtle and banal ones remain and quietly seep into our social and cognitive habits. As AI's interactive capability reinforced and spread through normal patterns of interaction, they calcify into dominant norms that are even harder to challenge. So ultimately, this wave of generative AI solidify cultural hegemony oppress non-dominant groups in way much more powerful than previous technologies. So now we've laid out the abstract argument. I want to turn to some specific case study, just kind of to ground these ideas more concretely. So there are kind of three aspects of the subtle biases. So subtle biases in the content, in the style, and in the performances. I don't want to talk about all of them because of the time constraint. So I'm going to skip the oppressive content. But here, the idea is even subtle content biases, even though look at them individually may be unproblematic, just like Shelley Card, collectively, they could exert oppressive influences that's quite large scale. I want to talk a little bit more about the oppressive style. So one way oppressive style exert their influences is in one of our example, right? So in the Stannis example, where which is the accent modification tool we talked earlier, it is designed to modify non-American standardized accent of the call center worker into a neutral American accent. But there's also less intentional ones, as we know. In Notebook LM, just like most of the speech model, still kind of default to some kind of standardized accent. So such technology, if widely used, will entrench the notion that certain accents are superior, while other deviant accents are inferior, that need to be fixed. So here I kind of want to come back to the importance of style, right, which is often underestimated. That is because the style is not just about the form of the content, but it actually integrates the content expression and the social context of the content, and it ultimately kind of reflect the signature. It kind of acts as the signature of the author. So when users kind of have to conform to a neutral style for their interaction to receive favorable evaluations, in a way their identity is suppressed. So another example of content that can be oppressive is, a subtle style oppression is through language style. So generative models like ChatGPT tend to communicate by default in a very direct and unemotional, or somebody argue masculine style, right? So as Courier knows, that routine use of ChatGPT will further marginalize and stigmatize non-standard vernacular, which further will stigmatize non-standard vernacular, feminine rhetorical style, and disfluent communication, along with the marginalized speaker who use them. So here, I want to talk about one specific mechanism from the empirical literature that kind of highlight how research from implicit social cognition could flesh out how this subtle bias in the style and content could normalize our interactional pattern, and how this normalized pattern kind of get translated into norm that ultimately influence kind of our evaluative judgment, right? So one kind of specific group of literature in the social cognition is called the fluency effects in social psychology. So research in this group of literature shows that the feeling of fluency in social interaction will promote positive interaction evaluation. So the idea is when two people interact with each other, there is this metacognitive feeling of fluency, right? So if I'm interacting with people who are just like me, I tend to feel like the interaction is very smooth. And it turned out that it has a lot of effects on your evaluative judgment that is unjustified. So if you, if the researcher assesses the person's feeling of fluency, you find that it correlates with a lot of evaluative judgment about the person's judgment about its interaction parties, for example, capability, its intellectual ability, whether he is a friendly person or not, and all these inference are implicit and unjustified, right? This correlation doesn't make sense just because it's a fluent interaction doesn't justify the fact that the other person is smarter or capable. So this fluency effect is obvious kind of in the call center case, right? Where the customers think the customer service agent is more capable when they are using a standardized American accent, because one of the reasons could be because the interaction is much smoother. So they tend to judge the customer service agent is much capable at dealing with their cases. So what I want to show is, because of various mechanisms just like this, it kind of pressure the non-dominant group to kind of alter their behavioral style with this technology to conform, right? And it has all sort of downstream consequences, right? So one of it was it will actually kind of amplify the fluency effect. So imagine before the customer may still have to deal with all sorts of these fluency effects in the daily interaction. So the person actually get a lot of practice interacting with people with various accents. And the person who speak standardized American English will actually have got a lot more opportunity to realize that just because people speak different accent doesn't mean they're incapable, right? But with this widespread usage of generative AI, they will lose these opportunities to practice. So it kind of speak to kind of Pak's point about developing moral virtue or skills, right? You lost this opportunity to practice this. So again, I think to make my argument stronger, I need to bring in a lot more of such literature from implicit social cognition to make the case why generative AI, especially with widespread usage in our social life, will powerfully kind of exacerbate the problem of cultural imperialism. And this kind of second type of case study I want to focus on is the performance disparity in the large language model specifically. So because large language model use a lot of the training data come from English speaking world, it will inevitably kind of represent their perspective and kind of reproduce their social practice and knowledge more effectively. So the first problem I want to highlight is epistemic injustice, especially because we're still using them mostly for our epistemic endeavor, right? So epistemic injustice mainly arise when people are kind of wronged in their capacity as a knower, especially due to their social identity. So one of the most well-known example is from feminist philosophy, where a woman's testimony may be kind of impaired unjustly because of their social identity. So a concrete example would be when a woman says something was not taken seriously, but the exact thing when it was said by men, it was a big deal, right? So we already see in an early example this happen, right? So we see there that large language model have a covert racism against African American English speaker. So when you're communicating with large language model with that style of language, they seems to judge you as less capable. They think you don't deserve a job compared to people who speak standardized English. So here I'm kind of making a kind of empirical bet that this problem is worse. It's not just, it won't happen just in those situations, just because large language model embodies all those bias in the training data. So I'm kind of betting on that it is possible, which of course we need to do more empirical research on it. Large language model may be taking minoritized groups' input as less credible, just in general, right? And it could also probably, I think it is possible that it's discredit the training data from marginalized group as well. I think it's interesting research we should be doing. And the second type of epistemic injustice is testimonial. I'm sorry. The second type is hermeneutic injustice, right? So again, the example coming from feminist philosophy is sexual harassment, right? Sorry. So the example goes like this. So in the 1970s, when the concept of sexual harassment is not widespread yet, so a lot of women and men, of course, suffer from sexual harassment. But because this concept of sexual harassment was not made publicly available, the victim of sexual harassment couldn't understand their experiences with this concept. So they also have difficulty communicate about this, their experience with other victims. So the kind of epistemic harm is there are practical harms, right? The practical harm would be they couldn't get together and fight for their rights, right? They couldn't get together to go to HR to complain about it because they couldn't communicate about it. But the epistemic harm specifically will be they couldn't even understand the experience, even though there are significant social experience for them. So this kind of highlight the importance of kind of shared public concept of language for us to understand our important social experiences. So again, in our earlier example, we already see how AI failed us already. So in the earlier example where generative AI is used to automate the content moderation, it failed to interpret the content that's produced, the LGBT plus communities content, right? So they flag them, generative AI flag them inappropriately as toxic. So we're seeing this general pattern where generative AI have more problem understanding the social context of marginalized group. So again, I think this is also an empirical research we should be doing. Whether when you're asking generative AI about questions that help you understand your social experiences, whether generative AI just in general give you lower quality answer, or worse, just totally misinterpret or couldn't quite give you a right way to help you conceptualize your experience because you are coming from a marginalized social group, right? So again, I think it's very likely, given what we know about the technical limitation of generative AI. Okay, so now let me turn to kind of practical injustice. So the performance disparity of generative model also, I think, will create practical injustice. So here, I often like to think about kind of my own experience of studying abroad as a non-native speaker and coming from a very, very different culture. So when I was 26, I moved to the US and become an international student there, where I kind of found myself in a culture and social context that was not built for me, right? And everything becomes so much harder. I have problem finding a good Chinese restaurant, and I have problem go around kind of just asking what I want or do what I want, right? And I think this is like the obvious one, but also there were the less obvious one, right? So within a kind of a social context, not kind of yours that was built for you, there are also a bunch of subtle ways that can lead to kind of practical injustice. So for example, this your environment kind of just keep constantly misunderstand your need and goals. It takes you so much more effort to explain yourself to others. It just costs so much more energy to be living in a society that's not yours. And there are even more subtle ones. For example, because you're in a society where kind of opportunity or social role were not shaped kind of according to kind of your social practice. It's kind of also harder for you to kind of act kind of authentically, right? So here I'm thinking about kind of more dramatic examples. So thinking about kind of example that's not about transporting yourself to a different culture. So just thinking about maybe a woman who was in an extremely sexist society, they may have problem living an authentic self, because if that society doesn't have a role for a strong woman, even though that's what you genuinely want to be, if the society doesn't have the role for you, you can't be that person, right? So for a woman who wants to be a strong woman in an extremely sexist society, she will experience kind of a reduced autonomy in pursuing her authentic goals. And I want to argue is there's some kind of parallel in generative AI. So when generative AI or AI agent becomes prevalent, and when you're kind of have to interact a lot of time with these agents or models that embodying a perspective or worldview that's not yours, you're basically becoming kind of a woman in an extremely sexist society, or a Taiwanese international student in America, right? Where you're constantly have to explain yourself because the generative AI didn't understand you, where you are subtly nudged to pursue a kind of a role that fit into the worldview of that society, because that's by default the kind of option the generative AI will give you. Yeah. So in conclusion, I think these performance disparity shows how AI can oppress by limiting the epistemic and practical agency of the user coming from a marginalized group. Okay, so I'm just going to conclude. So this project has explored how generative AI, through subtle biases in content style and performance, normalizes and norming structures that marginalize and oppress. Generative AI has posed a really challenging problem, especially the marginalized user face a double bind here. That is, they can conform to the norms for productivity and efficiency, but at the same time sacrificing their identity and authenticity. Or they could resist it and risk further marginalization. So again, I think a lot can be said more to hash out kind of the empirical, especially the second and third premise, and kind of make it stronger by drawing a lot more empirical literature. So I look forward to your feedback, especially on this. And appreciate your attention. And this is my co-author, Lingnan, in front of the SANUS headquarters in San Jose. Thank you.
The first one is two. All right, so thanks for the presentation. I think we are really I just want to when you talk about the thing, I think there's two levels. One is for one being directly contracted by one is directly will come by not in that so
Right.
my question is how do we deal with that?
Right.
One is that we might be able to, or we might think of training models I think there is the question to what extent we want to do that. One is marginalized all the one idea taken away by digital that first on one thing and know about more. So that might cause a problem. Second, I think that president talked about from the TV. So to what extent we actually do that in an international level for Chinese people, they might want that kind of person that. But at the more personal level, they don't know how to think. So the one that we personal level, however, it's in order for me to talk to the outside file. So that seems to be great to see that in what way actually satisfy the research and all the dominant so that is one suggestion when we talk about performance performance. I think it's actually very good to say that in comparison. Current feedback is also about I think thinking about AI therapy is actually
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so when it comes to solutions, I think I don't have much insightful things to say. So I think I agree with a lot of what's kind of available, kind of already in the literature, right? So collect more data for the minoritized group and do it in a way that's actually respect their data sovereignty. Smaller model. So I think the idea that we should use a big model for everything is problematic. If something that can be done through well-curated, well-trained small model, we should really just use them. So a lot of things we shouldn't have to use big model just because exactly of these issues. So with a smaller model, we could at least try to balance the data. So yeah, so again, I think I don't have a lot of insightful things to say there beyond what's already available. So I'm not gonna kind of just repeat those solutions. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, so I think a lot of problem is using LM kind of and its default setting, right? So a lot of things could already be ameliorated in a way by saying that could you act like something? So it could do, right? So it could help a little bit, but right, if you just prompt LLM by saying, could you act like a Hong Konger? It will help a little bit. So what I read from literature is it doesn't help a lot. But it does help a little bit, right? It shifts its response toward more what would a typical Hong Konger would behave, but essentially it's still American. So I didn't want to emphasize this because I think it give people the wrong hope. I used to think that if you kind of prompt the LLM properly, you could reduce this problem a lot. But it turned out it doesn't really do much help. So that's one of the empirical research I was doing with my colleague at UST is we prompt LLM with Chinese identity. It turned out it still pretty much make value judgment like American would do. So even though it shifts it in the right direction, so it ended up being more like Chinese, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still American. So I used to use this as an example, like if we are aware of it, and if you use it more carefully through prompting, maybe we can achieve some progress. But once we found the empirical literature, and also we are reviewing other things, we realize that's not going to help. LLM is just cannot be prompted that way. Yeah, so I think AI literacy will help, but prompting won't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think overall I'm good. One of my questions. This with the final one, what will be done to make problem so it can be done for the short or the technical. So I mean, let's go back to the principle. I can limit it as well as fact. They were drawn out. Two. So you made a strong point. The cell they were drawn. So if it's necessary, then it's nothing we can do technical to fix the problem. So it's a little bit playing policy. So as you mentioned in the you mentioned the small and after the previous some small with the last one. And another option is to anthropic conditional AI. So we'll need to train from the human. You can use AI without any which can reduce some cost. So I suppose it might be some useful technical effort to
Yeah, so I did want to kind of see how much I can get away with saying necessarily, but with the DeepSeek, I think the problem is still there because DeepSeek was trained kind of by distilling a lot of Western model, and maybe they added a lot of Chinese data to fine tune it. And again, with the work I did with my colleague, we find out DeepSeek act just like American when we kind of do the value survey. Even though it has to have use a lot of Chinese data because when we translate the questionnaire into a Chinese languages, it did well. But ironically, it did well and still answer like American anyway. So I think because how DeepSeek is produced mostly by distilling from Western model even though it was fine-tuned with a lot of more Chinese data. There's just no way, because the training is still majority, the majority of the training data is English. There's no way to overcome the problem. With the constitutional AI, I think it's also in the fine-tuning, is still part of this fine-tuning training and solution. I think it has the same issue, like, because with constitutional AI, you are basically ask the AI to judge itself whether its behaviors say sexist or racist, right? So if the AI itself has problem understanding subtle cultural context, it's gonna make mistake, and the mistake, it will be biased toward marginalized culture. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do those things, because those things will help, but I still want to kind of highlight that necessarily, like in the current technology, in the world that's close enough to our current world, I don't think this problem can be solved. Yeah.
But I think, it is more that, yet another complication for the problem is, a lot of social psychology, but often like often things like that files.
Mm. 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 Mm.
I was wondering, do you think that your process, anywhere captures everything that so I also have a reaction that, we might have to think of this thing like a question, which is a matter of exercise power, and then the background, like ideology, the social project, the track line, the whole exercise power, so there's, denying someone members like us at the job, then it's like, with generative AI, there are some of these cases where you might think, yeah, it's the best thing is the one that you got it, like serial answer that is actually exercising power. Like, generative AI is like, can't do this very good, I think I did, but then you want to be able to. But there are other cases where those things be emphasized, hopefully it's still a visual context in the background in a way that a full piece of something about like what a default accent is and what it says. For how much we saw and your power, you might think it's not really like a question per se, it's part of the background.
Mm.
Yeah, all the common ones, the top four is not part of it already bought.
Mm. Right. So I take the question in a way, kind of follow up with Pak's suggestion, right? So should we think about oppression as the kind of the AI agent or large language model or generative AI kind of oppress the user directly, or because it kind of mediates certain social interaction, and it was this background social interaction that oppress, right? So I think in I didn't really think about these two things separately when I'm writing the paper. And I think this distinction was also kind of implicitly discussed in the framework, the oppressive thing framework. So I think it's worth distinguishing them clearly and think about their different implications. So I think that's what I should do. But I do want to hear more about like what you think will be the kind of this, what would be the maybe the moral or political implication you have in mind with these two different kind of oppressive influence. Yeah. Okay, sure.
We have one more question.
Yeah.
Hi, would you mind going back to slide 18? Just be helpful. Okay, a few comments. First of all, you often discuss AI or use AI, but sometimes it's really not clear precisely what you're discussing. You also mentioned generative AI, and then you mentioned LLM. So, of course, an LLM is a proper subset of generative, and generative is a proper subset of AI. And it seems like a lot of your arguments, or some of them at least, rely on examples from LLMs and then generalize to generative AI. Or it's not sure, I'm not clear if you want to do that or not, but I think it's inductively quite flimsy to generalize about generative AIs from LLMs. Second, I agree with some of the comments made by other people about the use of necessarily. Even in the case of LLMs, let's say, you can get very large data sets by looking at historical data. You can use historical documents, for example. And then kind of, it seems pretty obvious that the dominant groups can change over time. So you can have a bias in the system that reflects previously dominant groups rather than actually current dominant groups. So that just kills premise one. My other main problem with this argument is that the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. In particular, the parenthetical remark at the end doesn't follow. There's nothing comparative in here. You say something in 3 that's comparative, but it's not very convincing without actually a careful look at the effects, perhaps with some historical examples of so-called traditional approaches to, or traditional means of oppression. So overall, my kind of sense is that this could be toned down a lot and made more targeted. And I think it would be better for it, at least in my view. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with all your comments. I do think the explicit comparison, right? If I'm going to argue that it's more effective than traditional and social media, that will have to be explicit in my argument. So no more had to be said there. The interchange use of generative AI, large language model. Yeah, I also think it is true. So I think I will have to phrase it more carefully, right? So when I say AI can function, I'm not saying all generative AI can function.
Oh, just you need a counting floor as well. AI can effectively perpetuate, not just small things.
Yeah. So I do agree with that. So I think the goal, the conclusion of the argument is not all generative AI would do that, but in important enough cases, and I think the dominant group will change through time. So the historical data may embody certain dominant group, while the current dominant group may have changed. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. So I also agree with that. Yeah.
3 minute break, we start and get something as the next speaker sets up. We're running a little bit behind time, but I think we can go to like 4 to 15 minutes. Oh. Well, sorry. You want to set up? Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry for you. That's not very frustrating. Well, it's not because it's not the accent. And but I think it's not. Well, but wow. I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't dreadful, but in the end, it's like, had two even though at that time we were about time. Big fan. Well, definitely. It can be so sensitive, but can really sensitive you can't disturb. Like, you know, if you step off the edge of it and you break out of that, just for that's like, and also if you don't expect it, don't very loose. Something protects that, you know, in that, and also I think my folder, he's not kind of that person, goes to sports, they appear, I guess that was. And I think that comes from that opposite. Good practice. I mean, you said it's cool, right? I really do follow you. This is. But I'm rather. I was talking now. I will see you later today. I will try this morning. I spoke to Darrell on another. So how I a lot? Because you are not that you know Darrell. You're very senior prestigious. Are you ready to that? Oh yeah.
But particularly after COVID, I ended up giving away and set it off. There's also a fellowship, there's been fellowship afterwards, and the president, personally. Come back to and we're not going to let them do it. Michael, that was quite the kind of stuff. Yeah, right. I got tracked. I got England. They cancelled all the flights from England back to Hong Kong, and then I went to America. By the time I come back from the everyone knows that from America. What's going on? Actually, most stuff in Hong Kong that I'm very often to my own place. I go out and I never do that. You can do it. Yeah, I go on one. It's actually close to. There. Yeah, so I don't that. You prefer? Could it be 45 minutes or something?
It's fine. No one is
To finish by 4:15. Okay. So you want then I will okay, sure. Right. All right, thanks for joining us again, and it's my pleasure to introduce the last week of the day. I'm very excited to introduce to you Professor Jiji Zhang from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And do I have to use this or I don't? Best if you do, but you don't.
Oh, okay.
It's good for the recording.
Okay, oh, that's right. We'll do this now. First of all, thanks, Frank, and the other organizers for inviting me. And of course, first have to apologize to all the speakers that spoke before me today. I missed everything, and I just also apologize to speakers who will speak tomorrow. I also missed that. Yeah, it's just a crazy week. But anyway, if you want to know what happened to me this morning after talk, we can chat about that. Today, I want to talk about a particular approach to what's called the explainable AI. And that approach is usually known as counterfactual explanations. In particular, in the end, I want to argue for tension, the presence of a tension between two very reasonable constraints, I think, on giving counterfactual explanations to explain the behavior of AI models. And one of the constraints is usually known as
causality, or sometimes called, actually, causality may be, it's actually a very misleading word. I don't think people have been using this term to describe that constraint I will talk about. And then there's another constraint, various known as plausibility or realistic feasibility. So all kinds of similar terms to describe that. I will come to that as well. So my goal today is to first lay out a framework of thinking about counterfactual explanations as they apply to AI systems. And then I want to argue that first, plausibility currently is a very reasonable, even an essential constraint on counterfactual explanations in AI. And then I will argue a particular interpretation of causality is also very important to impose on counterfactual explanations in AI. So both of them are actually good constraints. But then I then want to argue there is actually a tension between them. Once you respect causality, it's very easy to run afoul of plausibility. So at the end, I just want to outline some thoughts we have how to actually navigate around this tension, try to achieve some compromise between them based on some recent work we did on counterfactual generation. Okay, so first of all, XAI has become a quite prominent research area in AI. I believe, I think some speaker will talk about that also tomorrow, already talk about that today. In any case, today I will only talk about XAI as it's applied to predictive models. So I heard people have been talking about generative AI, of course, that's where the money is these days. But I'm going to focus on. Oh, really? Okay. All right. Actually, maybe I can. Can I just talk this way? Sure. Yeah, I have a very that's why. Okay, yeah, thank you for this. So today, I'm actually going to talk about predictive AI. The AI, of course, is also a very important issue for generative AI, and some of what we see today can also find counterpart easily in generative AI. But not every point I make today applies to generative AI. So for now, for today's purpose, let's focus on predictive AI, which is still, of course, widely used in our everyday life. It's just that rarely we directly interact with them as we do with generative AI these days. So by predictive AI, I just mean models like classification models, regression models. And they usually aim to predict the value of variable or feature from the inputs of a number of attributes or features. And sometimes this can be very high dimensional, right? Not even picture, but raw data like the image, the pixel data, and from them we want to classify or predict. For example, what the image is about, a category of that image or speech. And then people usually talk about explaining an output of a predictive AI model or explaining the predictive AI model itself. So today, I'm going to focus on actually what's usually called, I think it's called individual explanation paths. So I want to explain, given a particular input to a predictive model, it outputs a particular answer, and then there's a why question. Okay, why this output? I want to explain this output.
And in the literature, it seems there are two purposes, at least two, when asking this question. One is what we usually use the word explanation in programming or this model to describe the task, right? So why did this model give it up? Sounds like we want some kind of explanation or cause explanation of what caused this model to give this particular output. But other times when we work in this literature, it sounds like people actually want explanation in the sense of explaining why we should trust this output to be correct. Remember again, the predictive model is supposed to get some branch truth there, but get to it. And sometimes when people ask why, then they may have in mind how to justify this output. What reasons can be provided to make us have more confidence that this output is correct? Of course, in epistemology, we think of this as a justification. And in our first course to students, yeah, these are very different. There are different questions, even though they often are expressed by one questions. The answer is often formulated as a sentence using a word like because, but in nature, there are different kinds of questions. So I think, yeah, for today, I will mostly focus on the first one, what I think is what we're going to do by providing explanation to explain the behavior of this model. But I do think, of course, these questions, they're different, but they're quite related, actually, for the purpose of XAI. So maybe at some point in my talk, I will touch on that, but we'll see. But at the very first, let me just say, yeah, for those of you who think of XAI is actually trying to mainly answer the justification question that was clarified, but they, for the most part, think about it as trying to answer an explanation question. Why did this model give a particular output? Okay, now then there's a particular approach in XAI called counterfactual explanation. And this is a first attempt to define what the counterfactual explanation is. And this is also something you can find in many several papers on counterfactual explanations. So given that I have a predictive model, so I just call it a predictor. I use white hat to mean a predictor. And the predictor, and today let's just talk about deterministic predictive model. It doesn't matter, but you can also make it probabilistic. And if we think of the predictor as just a function of the input x again, usually a very high dimensional vector of variables. And with this predictor or model, suppose you get a particular case. I use the lowercase to mean a particular case of the features x. So they take the values denoted by the lowercase x, and then the model gives you a particular output, gives you a particular prediction classification, so the y hat. So what does it mean to provide a counterfactual explanation of this y hat? In the first instance, people usually say, look, a counterfactual explanation is actually a case-based explanation. We'll just present you with alternative case, a different case. So here I use x star to denote it, such that it would be given an alternative, a different prediction by this model. So usually the setup is, right? So the classification model, some user may actually receive undesirable output from the model. Say there's a model to predict risk score for the purpose of making decisions on health insurance.
or credit score prediction, and someone for the purpose of approving loan applications, and someone got a low credit score or high risk score from the model. Then they may demand some explanation of this output. And then counterfactual explanation supposedly will just give you another case showing that, see, if you're like that, then the output from model will be different. But of course, if we just present it this way, it's too many how exactly does this explain, especially when X is so high dimensional. Of course, here is just an extreme example, not from the XAI literature. This is a very famous example in the literature of the adversarial attack. Some image recognition models, and suppose, right, I got the image on the right, and the model output given, which of course surprised me, and I will ask why this output is given. Then, if then you give me a case, alternative case on the left, and feed into the model gives me panda, still doesn't seem to help much if you just are presented with this alternative case. So how exactly does the counterfactual explanation explain in such a case? It's a philosophy AI conference, so let's report some rudimentary philosophy science. So in philosophy science, we talk about explanation a lot, especially causal explanation. But right, if you go back, for example, to the 19th century, John Stuart Mill in his system logic talked about explanations. And for example, he said individual fact, in this case, right, is a particular model provides a particular output, a particular input. This is the fact, and it's to be explained by pointing out its fault. That is, by stating a law or laws of causation of which its production is the instant. So there are two parts in this quotation, and Mill thinks they're equivalent. To point out the fault is just to state for him regularity, that's a regularity of causation, law of causation, that covers the instance, like the so-called covering law conception of explanation. Then in the 20th century, right, for a long while, it's the second part, it's the covering law conception that's prevailing. And for example, there is so-called deductive nomological model and many similar models, right, that think of explanation as a deductive value argument, the derivation of what should be explained, technical terms exponended, from premises stating general law as well as some particular fact. So if you can derive the fact you want to explain from some general statements of laws together with some antecedent or initial conditions, then it comes as an explanation. Then there are all kinds of concrete examples, for the time I would see it, but for a while it's very influential, but also facing a lot of challenges. The two main challenges, or actually there are many challenges, two of them. One is the so-called macro example is to show this DL model doesn't seem to effectively capture intuitively the asymmetry between exponendum and what's called exponendum. In other words, sometimes if you have a derivation from A to B, you can also have a derivation from B to A, but intuitively only one derivation gives the definition. Of course, this is controversial, right? But this is really the case. We actually have experts here trying to challenge this very rapidly. But let's say many people are convinced that there seems to be explanatory direction or asymmetry here that should be captured. And then another kind of example, right? Also toy example that has become very famous in the literature, talking about explanatory irrelevance. So if you just require instance to be covered by general law, which seems to just indicate the exponendum, the particular facts, are in some sense nomologically sufficient for what's to be explained, then it opens door to adding a lot of intuitively irrelevant factors in. Because once you have sufficient condition to add whatever other factors before conjunction must be sufficient. So there is an example about a man making blood potential pills, not getting pregnant, and asking what the plans are. Intuitively, this man taking blood potential pills. The taking pills part is not relevant, but it seems it can fit in the DM model. I talk about this just to very quickly, and this of course is oversimplified, but then one method people think about is, well, in fact, we should go back to the first part to Neil's statement. To explain is actually to provide information about cause. The so-called explanatory asymmetry may well be captured or reflected in causal asymmetry. And the explanatory irrelevance may also be reflected or captured by what we think about as causal irrelevance or relevance. So David Lewis explicitly thinks of providing explanation as providing information about cause. And of course, he has a very famous theory of causation in terms of counterfactuals. So you may think, yeah, this is where counterfactual explanation can arise. In fact, in social science, I cannot recall people really use the term counterfactual explanation or at all. Can you? Yeah. But if you think the idea, right, to have a counterfactual explanation, then of course we can find those traces in the social science literature. And more recently, we have people like James Woodward, who explicitly just states to give a causal explanation is actually to be able to answer a bunch of counterfactual questions. What he calls, what if things have been different questions. Just to continue the toy example, by the way, the example for those who do not know, is just to say that intuitively, if you observe on a sunny day a flagpole and then cast a certain shadow on the ground, if you ask, yeah, why the shadow is of such a length, intuitively you can cite the height of the flagpole, maybe you also cite the position of the sun, and appeal to a bunch of laws, say the law of the rectilinear transmission of light, as well as some mathematical laws of trigonometry. So it seems that kind of explanation seems to make sense to explain the length of the shadow from the height of the flagpole. But conversely, of course, we can also derive in each particular instance, if we know the position of the sun or those laws, we can derive the height of the flagpole also from the length of the shadow by intuitively going in that direction. The explanation doesn't seem to make sense. Again, it's controversial. There are people who want to argue this all depends on context. Some context is the other direction that makes sense. The other context is the first direction makes sense. But anyway, I'm just saying there are people who worry about this. And if we think about counterfactual explanation, then maybe the answer is, well, we need to state our explanation, at least part of it, in terms of what we may call counterfactual conditionals, right? So the reason why we think the pole height explains shadow length is because these counterfactuals seem to make sense
if the pole height were of certain value, then the shadow length would be of certain value. But conversely, you change the position of the antecedent and consequent conditional, at least for some people, then they do not hold. You cannot really say if the shadow length were to be a certain value, then the pole height would be of a certain corresponding value. Once again, people's intuition paper here regarding how they interpret this kind of factor about. What I'm doing here is just to say, if you look at lots of science literature, it seems when they think about what may be called the counterfactual explanation, right? The counterfactual explanation would be at least part of it would be formulated with a bunch of counterfactual conditional factors. And that's exactly what Woodward tried to advocate, and also something you might reasonably attribute to what Lewis had in mind. But then we may think of why we want this kind of explanation. So what's the utility of providing explanation of this sort? Well, there are some candidate answers. For example, you may say, well, counterfactual explanations provide contrastive information. That's actually often what's intended to be solved by a wide function. You may also say counterfactual explanations are helpful for making predictions of certain sort. In fact, the DL model, when they dominate literature, right, one common theory about why they improve understanding is to say that, yeah, they actually are connected to predictive power. They make certain phenomena become predicted, expected, rather than surprising. So counterfactual explanation, on the other hand, right, they seem to actually enable prediction making in an even wider range of situations than the DL model allows. It also concerns with situations other than the actual situation. But today, of course, I want to focus the last part. This is also what many people will talk about counterfactual explanation in AI and other side. They say that counterfactual explanations, they're valuable, useful, because they provide information that can guide action or decision. That can tell you what you should do if you want to change the world, rather than just interpret the world. So let's go back to counterfactual explanation in AI. Sorry for the excursion to that very caricature description of certain parts of philosophy of science discussion of explanation. What I want to do is just to pump this image of what the counterfactual explanation looks like if we think in terms of the philosophy of science discussions. Now, if we go back to this definition, right, it's actually to present a case. X star, that will be given an alternative prediction. Then maybe you should think of this as actually giving you a contrast of two conditionals. This sounds very naive. It's just to say, yeah, if the input were the original X, the output would be Y hat. If the input were X star, the output would be Y hat star. Before that, for example, panda versus given. If the image were this one, if output would be given. If image were the one on the left, we will call that image. The output would be panda. But still, right? If we just do this, that still doesn't help much. Simply because this X star, they are not really comprehensible. They're two dimensional, and the difference between X are not particularly actually not even perceptibly noticeable by us. So That's why in the literature of counterfactual explanations in AI, standard property to aim for is what's called sparsity. The requirement is that only a small number of features among, it's usually high dimension X, should be a relatively small number of features Z differ between X and X star. And usually they also have some requirement of comprehensibility of Z. Z ideally should be features, especially the image, should be some high level features that comprehensible in human terms. Okay, if that's the case, given what we just said about counterfactual explanation in lots of science, then perhaps we should think of explanation provided by counterfactual explanation in AI as also a contrast of at least two conditionals, counterfactual conditionals. The first one just saying, if this Z is actually value Z, then the model output this prediction or classification. However, the second more important condition is if it were the case that this value were different, this star, then the model's output would be different, would be Y star hat. Once again, why is such a counterfactual explanation useful, especially in the context of AI? Okay, just to repeat what I said in this context, right? It provides contrast information that may reveal problematic bias or what many people emphasize. It provides counterfactual explanation has the potential to reveal biased model, especially if you notice the Z in the end includes something that's actually the essential, not changeable to a certain case. Or it may or can reveal the main causes or reasons. Once again, in this literature, they usually use these two terms interchangeably. Cause, reason, is also a big debate about whether reasons are causes. But in this literature, I think we pretty much create a loop between providing causes or providing reasons for the output that are understandable, and then hopefully can increase trust in the validity of the output. Notice that both these first two utilities have a lot to do with the justification problem I mentioned at the beginning. So this also shows there are some, even though the two questions are very different, provide a causal explanation of the output and the justification to increase trust of the output. These are different tasks, but they can be closely related in certain ways. But in any case, today I want to focus on the third one. The counterfactual explanations, they provide information that can guide actions to obtain more desirable output from the model. This in the literature sometimes called algorithmic recourse. So I input my data and have undesirable prediction or classification. Then I want some explanation that can guide me or show me what I can do to actually change it, to actually make the model output more desirable outputs. With this in mind, if you read a survey paper on counterfactual explanations, these days, yeah, the quickest way to get a sense of the field is to find a good survey paper. Of course, the trouble is usually the most cited survey paper is not necessarily the best. It just goes the earliest somehow. But anyway, you can look at many, actually, there are many survey papers on counterfactual explanations in AI. They all talk about pretty much these constraints or desirable properties. So if you want to have a good counterfactual explanation, what properties that this kind of explanation should have? Well, sparsity already mentioned. This seems to be even built in some definition.
We want to say, yeah, if it's really explanation that can help us, it should be sparse. And then there's also, for example, people talk about similarity. Even if X star is not sparse, so many things that that differ, but perhaps they can be close by some distance metric. And more importantly, even for sparse explanation, it seems to be more desirable to have explanation that actually as close, as similar to the original case as possible. And you may think that it can be justified by thinking of the main purpose of providing such explanation. If it's guide action, then if the deviation is small enough, then presumably it's easier to make that change. And then actionability, right? More directly, even more explicitly related to that purpose in mind. We want to use this explanation with lifetime action to change things. And for that purpose, this Z should contain only features that are changeable. But today, I won't talk too much about this, and I want to focus on the last two. So one is plausibility. Plausibility is the idea that this alternative case, X star, it should not be an outlier against the training data. It should not be far-fetched, so to speak, against the training distribution. Of course, to make it precise, right, there are various ways we may do, and we introduce a method to gauge how much outlier is unacceptable outlier. Today we won't go into those technical details. There are choice points there to make, but the basic idea is we want something that's well within the support of the training distribution. And then there's another constraint, sometimes termed causality. And this one, again, the rough idea is that S star should respect known causal relations among features. Okay, so now I'll talk them one by one. I want to first give you some reasons for thinking that probability is a very important experience for current AI models. By the way, these some quotes, right, from people who essentially say similar things. I even suspect one actually just copies the other. So they say why plausibility matters? Well, they say it would be hard to trust a counterfactual if it resulted in a combination of features that were utterly unlike any observations the classifier had seen before. So it's too far away from the manifold of the training data. In this sense, the counterfactual would be unrealistic, not easy to realize, and anomalous to the training data points. And similarly, the second paragraph says very similar things. So I had actually some difficulty understanding exactly what they mean when they say it would be hard to trust the factor. Because presumably, if the counterfactual is just saying, if this were the input, then the model would output this particular alternative. Suppose if you see the model do this, why can't you trust this counterfactual? So it seems the counterfactual has some quite good evidence. If you can just fit the equal in and see the output. So I guess they have something in mind, but they didn't, at least the few papers I read on why plausibility matters, they didn't really make it very clear. So this is my attempt to make the case for plausibility. Actually, it's two arguments. I sort of put them together to save slide. I only have 10 minutes left. Okay, so let me actually focus on one
main reason here is the from premise P1 to premise P3. So you can skip P2. Okay. So P1, P3, P4. Let's look at these three premises. P1 is just a well-known current limitation of machine learning models. I mean, of course, it's like a holy grail of current AI research. I'm trying to do well in out of distribution generalization. Generalization. A lot of people are commenting on this. A lot of people are working on solving this, and many colleagues in my faculty of arts, they actually write papers on why this is such a huge problem, causing a lot of social problems. But today I just take it as a premise, and I think this, of course, is a contingent premise. It may well be overcome in near future or in some not too long distant future. But given our current machine learning models, I think it's fair to make this claim that a model's prediction for out of distribution or for outliers, they're much less accurate and usually not reliable. Now, if you have that, then the third premise says that if a model's prediction on instance given by convection prediction is inaccurate, then it actually doesn't guide your action in a good way. So the idea is that even though in that case you can trust the manufacturer, suppose you can trust them, right? If you were to have this input, you would get the output. And there is an effective strategy then to try to just get the good output, the desired output, by turning yourself into that input. But then if we know that that input, given that input, the model's prediction output is unreliable, not accurate, then doing that amounts to gaming the system. Right? So it seems to be ethically at least dubious to follow the guide of a model when you know the model prediction is actually not accurate on that particular input. So if you follow a counterfactual explanation to guide your action, when you know that, or when you have reason to believe that the output doesn't track the ground truth, that seems to be not a desirable course of action for us. So here, one direct argument here is to say, for outliers, even though they may provide guidance on how you can game the system to get the desirable output, but from a moral point of view, it's not something you should do. So you still don't have that action guiding value in the right way. And then there's another argument embedded in P2, so I'll skip. So there are some good arguments for plausibility. And then why causality matters? Okay, this is something I actually talked about in other talks some of you may have heard. Well, why causality matters? If you look at, for example, one of the original two examples from one of the earliest papers on convection explanation. So Professor Wachter and her colleagues, right? So they use example and say, if your, say, BMI was 30 as opposed to 30, actually 30, 40, and get a risk score of diabetes 0.8. But the convection they found actually tell you that if your BMI were 30 as opposed to 40, then you would have a diabetes risk score of just 0.5. But how should we understand that's counterfactual? Well, according to Wachter and her colleagues, this is what they meant, right? If your BMI was 30 and all the other features retain their actual values, you would have a diabetes risk score of 0.5. So what's the problem here? Well, this problem, they actually acknowledge this, but they think this is the easiest to find kind of action. When you interpret this way, it's a very simple algorithm to achieve this. But the problem is that this does not take into account the causal influence that BMI may have on other people. In other words, if you just look at the original manufacturer, take it as on face value, and think that what you should do is just to act, make an intervention to somehow change the BMI to 30, then things would be all good. You may be sad, because doing that may actually also change some other features you have. And that kind of factor actually tells you what comes down is that you have also all the other features unchanged. So if you don't take into account causal influence on the downstream features, then action guidance here can be very misleading. Now, then there is a most common understanding what causality really is in this context. The understanding is this. So what does that kind of factor mean? Well, it actually means if your BMI was 30, and all causal relations among the features you consider remain intact. So everything is just wrong as usually there is no breaking of any causal connection. In that case, you would have a diabetes risk score of 0.5. So this is something I just use this kind of diagram to indicate. It just means that, right? I have this is for example the three features to predict risk score. But suppose you have those causal connections among those three features, and this understanding of causality says, yeah, don't break any of this causal connection. Right? When you consider alternative case, you should think in the alternative case, all the causal connections remain inactive. There's no breaking errors for those who are familiar with this so-called interventionist method, which you already see is very different from how those people think of causality. In other words, right, if now you think, what if my BMI was 30 rather than 40? What you are thinking is not just to change BMI right away there. You have to, so to speak, backtrack to all the red, unobserved noise of, you may call it initial conditions, or in our causal model literature, you call it noise variables, noise terms. You have somehow hope there's a reconfiguration of this initial condition so that you get a BMI 30 rather than 40. Because all that causal connections do not be broken. You just have to rely on these originally running causal mechanisms to realize the BMI 30 instead of 40. So this we will call backtracking to the initial conditions to realize an alternative you want. So there are people who talk about this. Well, I already passed this. Let me finish. What I'm trying to say now is that, in fact, if you think this kind of factor should have an action guiding value, then the most natural reading of this should be what's called interventionist reading. Actually, interventionist reading is also very close to what David Lewis would read such a kind of factor, what's so-called non-backtracking kind of factor. So it's that your BMI was 30, and the causal effect of BMI changed accordingly. So you would have, of course, whatever comes down to wrong as usual. But you actually will break the upstream causal connection. So you think of this change as something implemented by your action, the intervention. So you won't keep the pre-existing upstream causal connection. So roughly, this is what the interventionists will think about this kind of factor. I think if we insist on the action guiding value of counterfactorization, this is the most straightforward reading we should But if we do understand causality in this way, then it's very easy to show that there is a tension between them. It can be shown theoretically and also can be shown empirically. And again, the idea is very simple, right? If you have to break the arrow, then you may easily just get out of the training data you work with. For example, in your training data, it may be very rare to see a BMI of 30 together with a regional level accuracy. So you want to keep everything upstream the same as before, but then do some intervention right here. This may easily take you out of the manifold training data. Okay, I think I can just end my talk here. Basically, I've argued that plausibility, given the current limitation of machine learning models, is a very quick constraint on if you think kind of recognition is to guide your reaction. Secondly, causality understood in an international way is the most non-misleading, straightforward understanding to fit with the idea that anti-factual explanations to guide your action. So it's also good to understand. However, they can not very easily be maintained at the same time. Why can I don't have time, but if you have some experimental results to show that how easy it is to go out of training data if you do intervention in this way. And also theoretically, of course, you can easily imagine. Again, think of, for those of you who are familiar with Taylor Lewis, think of this term miracle. When you do think of non-backtracking manufacturing, it is more a miracle. And of course, local miracle is something that has an outlier against your training data. So they will not go together very well. And then the rest of the talk, I just want to talk about some technical work we did recently about what we call partial backtracking. And I show you that non-backtracking is this interventionist idea of causality, and they usually do not go very well with plausibility. Something goes very well with plausibility, right, is what literature usually recommends, right, is to full backtracking, right, backtracking to the noise term or to the Big Bang, if you will. But then our complaint is, if you do that kind of backtracking, there is no action guiding value whatsoever left, right? Because those unobserved noise terms, not something you can control whatsoever. So we developed a generalized backtracking, which can allow partial backtracking. I'm not saying this will solve the problem. I'm saying this could be one way to do it. We just have to try it out. So let me summarize. The advantages of so-called full backtracking, namely roughly backtracking to the unobserved initial conditions. Basically, you are hoping that initial conditions can be reconfigured so that you have BMI 40. So of course, it's relatively easy to satisfy probability if you obey that. But the action guiding value of kind of calculation vanishes if you do that. So we suggest we should try partial backtracking to strike a good balance between causality and plausibility. And we also think there's already some work in the literature that can be interpreted this way, and we think they should be interpreted this way, so that some other theoretical virtues. But that I won't talk about today. Sorry about quite disorganized problem. Not all now. Oh, that's right. I started with 388. Okay, I passed the time we can type on this. My question to help you talk. Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay, so that's fine. Thank you. That's where you are. Well, I'm going to read the first question so you can talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to 0. So, 3. Wait. 1, 2, and then I don't think Adrian's 4. I don't 2. I'm 2. Over 2. Okay. Okay. So
It's going to be,
Now that indicate priority.
no, I have a number. So it's going to be 4, 2, 5, 3, 1. But I'm going to go first to, I want to hear more
Okay.
about where there. So this is the general dilemma. Causal, we like causal explanations because it teaches us what to do. But when your algorithm respects causality, of course, it brings up cases that have multiple miracles. The miracles are out of distribution, not very reliable. So things we can trust, plausible things, they're all backtracking, but backtracking things don't respect causality. Like if I care about my cancer, maybe it can misleadingly tell me I should change the way I smoke, but actually my smoking is caused by my genes. Like that's the thing that causes my cancer. But I can't control my genes and so no understanding about it. But we have these two things, and then we talk about, so we don't go full backtracking. We don't just do full counterfactual respectful causality, but we do something in between that. Can you explain this thing in between?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this prompt. Yeah, good. Exactly what Frank said. Yeah, I think actually that asking you to talk about it. If we just do this interventionist reading counterfactual, then counterfactuation has the most direct action value. At least I would argue, right? So it just tells you how to think of your action in intervention. So you want to act to realize any decision and then try to achieve the consequence. However, it will easily take you out of the training distribution, and for the reasons I tried to give in the previous argument, I think then the action value becomes actually misguided, moral. So what to do? Well, one thing is to do the full backtracking. Again, in the literature, people recommend you should respect causality. Don't do any miracle. Right? Don't break any error. Keep the old proposition as much as possible. Any no proposition you should, like causal relation, you should respect, and then return counterfactual based on. But if you do that, the complaint is like you have no action value whatsoever, because that just amounts to asking you to change some unobserved initial condition to realize it. Then the thought is that maybe there's something in between. Won't give you direct guidance because it involves some backtracking, but won't backtrack all the way to something unobserved. We will backtrack to something observed. Okay, so that's this idea, but we need to just work out the technical setup. Semantics. And just very quickly, thanks, Frank. I just show you this one slide. So now we want to actually consider counterfactual suppositions of a more general form. So typically we can say, if A were to take a different value, what would we take? Now we want to first consider a general form of such a question. If A were to take a different value A, due to some observed variable of frequency in Austria, what would be the case? So that's kind of counterfactual reasoning. Notice that it's very general. It actually does introduce some additional parameters. And then when C is empty, it actually goes back to the non-backtracking idea. And when C is the initial unobserved variable, so if we have a causal model, we introduce some sort of logical variable. If you take C to be done, you go to what the literature thinks of, and we can call them full backtracking. But then C can be other non-trivial intermediate observed variables. And one question is how to find the optimal C in a particular case. So this is the work we did last year, published last year, not did last year, published last year, natural counterfactual generation. So the idea is to design some optimization framework to try the optimal backtracking set. So we want to actually backtrack as little as possible to remain in the training data manifold. Of course, managed by some metric. And if we don't need backtrack already there, then we don't backtrack at all. The idea is that allow backtracking but try to minimize the extended backtracking. And the hope is, as long as you don't backtrack too much, the action guiding value is still there. Why can't you be information about the C to find out? Even though it's not as direct as a non-backtracking, right? Because that will get directly tell you what you should intervene to change. But still, there's still possibly significant action guidance. So that's it. Some value, but still within probability. I see. Okay, so number 4 and 2, 5, 3, 1, 4. Oh, that's good. Okay, number 2.
I'll use the mic, and I won't be too loud, I promise. I was thinking about I'm going to go on a little bit of a wander, hopefully not too long. I was thinking about the flagpole example, and I'd never thought about it in counterfactual terms before. You know, the way you standardly think of it is it refutes the thesis of structural identity, right, between predictions and explanations. And it seems plausible to me then, right? It's plausible there are cases where you can predict, but they're not explanations because you've omitted the causal factors. But when it came to giving the counterfactual explanation, it seemed to me that my intuition changed, like this is okay. And then I thought, well, maybe it's because it's not a scientific explanation. It's pointing out how some variables co-vary, right? There's something about that. You tend to increase one, the other one tends to increase. Then to come to the BMI example as a result, is it possible that what they mean by a counterfactual explanation in that case is just about their model? So they're just talking about if you change this variable in the model, then that's how that changes the other variable in the model. So it's not directly talking about the phenomena in the world. And of course, then you might argue that you could get something that was action guiding about the world about that. It's not terribly precise, but it does say, try to keep your BMI low if you can. I mean, that's a kind of action that you've guided, isn't it? So I'm wondering also about exactly what counts as action guiding and what doesn't. Whether there's a particular kind of, does it need to be very specific, or maybe you see what I'm thinking.
Of course, I agree that even if you, so fact is just that if you really understand the counterfactual in the full backtrack way, fact is that there is no action value match simply because about something that we by assumption cannot control. We can hope that we will somehow recapitulate the next year so that we get something reliable. But back to the first one, I think you had in mind the first division I talked about. That's the original. That's one of the original earlier papers. They actually do not respect fidelity. They want to keep everything else okay. So the three interpretation I talked about there again. I didn't really see but the three implications, right? I think of them as this. The first one, the original one, is to say, I break every profile, right? I don't think my BMI is totally independent of these things, right? The other things can just be remain the same while actually. So they should say they assume totally independent right? That doesn't seem to be plausible because most of the time the picture so many, they must have plausible. But even if it was that, I think one of the points is, right, they still give us an idea about what we did there. And if you are careful enough, right, if you interpret what you are really just trying to attract, maybe just something correlation or things, then there's still something there you can leave out. I'm not saying in that case there's no action guide whatsoever. Like it will be very subtle. It's not very direct, very explicit like interventionist but there could be something there you can carefully trying to tease out. I'm saying rather that if you go to the third one or the second one, the second one is to say, no, you have to think BMI is whatever is called inaccurate must be respected, kind of activity, reading. So you cannot change anything that's the activity. You cannot bring an error. That means you have to change everything according to your original photo system that's connected to you in order to retain the original polarization pattern. Once again, that amounts to, in my mind, to saying whatever is really causing this change is something which, so it's something that you cannot control. So that's why I think in that case, I cannot put any action value.
Okay, sure. So maybe my point would just be this then. There may be more than one kind of legitimate counterfactual explanation. You may not looking for one account, and in different contexts, one account rather than the other might be better. But in some cases, the first kind might be good enough for your purposes. It just depends on what your purposes are. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
One common cited use of counterfactual explanation as sort of a background assumption. There are other uses of counterfactual. If you are not saying I get not because I want to change it, I just want to understand something better. I want to understand some correlation, and of course, then I have to like it. If not the purpose, depending on purpose, yes. I'm just saying one. I think it's the most emphasized purpose of having counterfactual explanation is to help people. First, they can understand better, but more importantly, they can change their behavior so that they somehow get to what they want to get from the system. So for that purpose, then it seems all these considerations become relevant. Okay, thank you. So 5, 3, 1, and words. So
when you're talking about the causal relation to the law, is that relation to the law, or is it like the actual causal function?
yeah, that's the question. So at the perfect time, we have a very good model that track the correlation here. It's not just it's not just correlation respected by modeling and represented in the model. We want to, at least for the argument to work, I think. At the moment, I have to just assume we have a match quantum model there. That actually track the model in the world.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the assumption with the context of the given. Just because, like, I don't think it's contra at all. More or less the people that are criticizing would make it. I think one reason that they're not aligned to like the Asian authorities is like, look, the purpose really what we care about is giving people counterfactual information just as a like that answer the conflict in the model. We're not concerned about the underlying relations at all. Biological fairness saying, arguing that like there's been this
Yeah, I
just care about these kind of relations. Okay, it's like, well, it's a model. I can put anything or kind of like any of the customers on the output changes, and so there are no back categories because it's all this kind of level of them.
okay, thank you. Yeah. So first of all, I agree that in the original Walker paper, but they never right? They explicitly say they assume they actually assume a color model that every model so that the features are already dependent. So when I say I can change BMI, I how do retain their original value. So this they acknowledge that's unrealistic, but they think it's too hard to actually take into account correlation because of course, but because something like in this whole consideration of causality is that we somehow have reliable information about correlation. That's usually a very difficult part to get. So for those who emphasize causality constraint in literature, like people they actually do say, right? This is a quote from one of the, right? In order to be really plausible and actionable, a manufacturer should maintain no confidence between figures. So they want to say, they also don't want to say there's a full causal model, there's a full knowledge of the causal structure among features, but they say sometimes you know some relations among features, and that should be reflected when you try to find the contract information. Right? So when you search for contract information, you should actually try to find one that actually is like effective, no correlation. And I assume that they're not talking about this relation in some model, right? They're talking about relation of features. Because the model really that's why. If you think of the model behavior, of course, you just respond to another including every picture potentially can influence the prediction, right? So that way, actually, I draw my point around this way, right? This form is an output, and of course, everything could potentially affect it. So you just think of the model behavior, it's really just these arrows, right? All arrows point to that output. Some arrows may not be either, because in the end, the model doesn't use it to that model. But they're actually and everything. But I think your question is that why you can see there actually looks the relation among the people. Again, the idea is that if you really want to tell people what they should do, what they do actually, because of the conversations, may actually change out. If I get some code that I need to increase my saving account balance in my bank, without actually considering anything else, I will be saving because once I do that, maybe there's something, another feature that will also be included will change because of the public connection. So that's why people who care about modality, I think they care about public relations in the world rather than in the model. So now I understand what in the model I thought you meant whether my positive model is an act model, right? You mean actually the machine learning model. Right, in the machine learning model, I really the code structure is quite simple, right? It's very good to includes somehow affect the output, and the only question is which features actually affect it and which not. That's true. So if you think that's all you care about, that's what you want to think of this problem. But once again, I don't think. So one of the arguments is to say, if you care about using a counterfactual explanation to advise people what to do, you have to also think about whether the model's output is reliable. So it's not just a matter of understanding the model behavior. Although that's also important, that's something very worthwhile doing, and that's one understanding. But once you connect it to advise people what to do, you have to also care about whether this model outputs sufficiently reliable. Because if they are not very reliable, I think this model uses which uses to find right, let's move on to number 3.
Yes, so I actually have the same question as Dave. So should I ask? But,
okay.
I'm just gonna add you on to that. So my understanding is when we are doing a rational reconstruction of the explanatory as object, that means one branch. Is that?
Well, now I'm not quite sure. This is actually the time that stuff to be a very big term. So I really just want to, somehow I want to interpret what they meant when they say very elusively that you cannot trust it and affect it. What does that mean? So sometimes I do that. Yeah. But I think one point here I want to actually, because I think there is a reason to there are good reasons to propose doing like probability that can be elaborated in the literature, and then I don't think there are good reasons to propose some kind of modality. Again, modality is not bad because in the literature when we talk about that, they actually give everything every part of it, within people, don't do any convention. You know, so we want to actually get, you know. So, can you think that rationally concerning? Half of it is. Half of it is actually also religion. Maybe reconstruction is sorry, to cut you short, just going moving fast. The what? Very close.
Causal relationship. And the challenge or the problem is how to find them. And of course, we have a good algorithm, as you know, of finding a causal relationship given the variable set. But the real challenge now is how to find the variable, the effective causal variable. So the Z. So you have the current causal algorithm assumes that you have a set of variables, but you have to extract variable from the large amount of data and high dimensional data. And the deep learning is very good at kind of extracting features, but not so in extracting causal features. So the causal representation learning is not, in my understanding, it's not really working so well. You need a lot of inductive bias, so it's not really effective as other methods like we do have a good method to run representation like variation of autoencoders and so on, but causal representation is difficult. So I was wondering, what do you have any kind of idea of the implementing your idea that you're talking about today to actually implement this idea to the data and how to find the Z that you're talking about? That's my question. Okay.
They want to learn different causal factors that are responsible for decorating the So one kind of thing is to say you want to learn features that are related to growth data, not in a causal way, in a sort of like a continuity. You want to learn some different factors that are the data. So, I mean, people have been doing this, and I agree, of course, just like other distribution, different tasks. There are programs, and there are different programs. So certainly, I can not how we do what they can do. By the way, it is something for
Great.
But the idea is, my idea, they're not trying to use our kind of model one approach. Because there has to be a verification work trying to ask quantum models for models that will. You see, you know, so they use to propose variables. You have a little bit of variables. And then run the same part of the algorithm. Use the output to actually gauge how appropriate the proposed variables are. We actually so this is something one approach we want to try out. And what we don't just want to propose variables at one level, we actually want to propose variables. For the next time, you want to actually have multiple levels to see how from your very basic or fundamental level, you can do that very well. how they are related to different levels of abstraction. And make the different level of abstraction and cross-validate the work making how to measure this adequacy of the proposal variable. Okay, now we have one last question from Florence.
Thanks. I was wondering how much of the argument you want to tie to the plausibility point and action guidance. I imagine sometimes we want an explanation in a way that can be independent of action guidance. Like if you think about like organ donation QEs, and we feel like we owe an ethical duty to people to, based on like autonomy or something, to provide an explanation that if you were this much younger, you would have received an organ or something. And that may be valuable, even if it's not action guiding. The other question that I wanted to ask you was about, I thought you would say more maybe on distance metrics. I think that's a particularly problematic part in like Sandra Wachter's argument on counterfactual explainability. I think the way the distance metrics look in high dimensional spaces can be like pretty arbitrary. Like I can find some instance that, even if Z is relatively small, I mean, relatively speaking, and, if there's 100,000 inputs, then, some changes in a few thousand of them can add up to a change in the output, but that can be pretty useless. So I think like specifying what the distance metric is for counterfactual explanations is pretty important. And those guys who defend these approaches, they don't really pay too much attention to that. And scales are different, even if it's just like I'm looking at LSAT and GPA, LSAT and GPA to figure out who to admit, to a law school. I mean, a change in LSAT is different from a change in GPA.
I agree. The first one, yes, my argument certainly is based on the assumption that when you the assumptions are where consider academic explanations that are intended to provide action. But if you are thinking about explanations that for some other purpose, I think Darrell, there are of course contact in which one explanation is certain amount of purpose. Then you have I think it's not in this four. So I agree there are many other points. But then of course the law explanation usually we think that we really find out that some technical change of the process will unreliable decision for the user. You think that's bias. You are saying actually that's an important part of the ethical application of the decision. Why the bias is not problematic about it. Okay, it's not sure, I agree. There can be those content. So my argument is limited, and it's focusing on a particular use of CE that people emphasize. And I'm saying what I use, these considerations are reasonable. And secondly, I do agree. In fact, that's a problem. We encounter there's this work that published. I published last week, but it's still very preliminary. But this work with so we actually tried 4 conferences, and in the end we tried Europe the second time, and somehow accepted the second time, first time rejected. And the complaint is that we use some metric there to define what we call naturalness or probability. That's not what kind of contact distance becomes involved. You have to have some decent metric. I don't agree that this, and really this many choices. We just say we use one algorithm, but we don't really know why it's better than the other. Sometimes it's just easier to use them. Other times just you have to use one, then pick one. So I agree because I'm confident. So do you have insight there? So should be a principal way. I mean, not just me gauging scenarios, but any other. Basically, you find some metrics that actually simply have value. So how to choose between them? I don't have a principal methodology here.
I don't know.
I always thought that was under,
It's empirical method.
yeah.
Which one seems to work better if there's some branch to measure things. But I agree, that's hardly so convincing. Maybe actually, I think that probably talk about how to even validate the model. Yeah, I agree. We don't verify the answer. In fact, our paper was suffer from this. People complain about this. Why is it? Especially when you try to measure distance between distributions rather than just the distance. Actually, Sandra model, they actually just measure distance between instances, not actually density.
Right.
Speaker.
Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers today and all of you for coming for the first day. I'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. And to all the speakers coming to dinner, follow me. We're going to rest in the seminar room and then we'll go dinner.